about 20 years out of the 310. I don't think it's time. Yeah. Like ball joints on the car, you may have to replace them, maybe not. Right, right. High miles is high miles, whether it's highway or city. Still the same thing, man. Thank you, sister. Appreciate it. Thank you. Want some biscuit? Biscuit, you want some of that? We good to go, man. Yeah. Shabbat shalom. You ready to, bud? Shabbat shalom. Shabbat shalom to the worldwide family. Peaceful Sabbath. There, y'all, as we get about our Abba's business. Y'all know how we get down, y'all. We turn toward Holy Jerusalem, wherever you at on this planet Earth. We turn toward Jerusalem.
49.
Shabbat.
Uh-oh. My bad. That's me.
Let's see here. All right, family. We're going to get this opening prayer. And it is with the Most High's permission. And is in the name of His only begotten and beloved Son, our Lord and Savior and our Redeemer, Yahushua HaMashiach. But we know Him as Jesus the Christ, y'all. Long live the King.
Long live the King.
Reading in the book of Psalms, in the 32nd chapter, it reads, Blessed is he whose transgression is forgiven.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Whose sin is covered.
Yes.
Blessed is the man unto whom the Most High imputeth not iniquity,
Yes.
and in whose spirit there is no guile. When I kept silence, my bones waxed old through my roaring all the day long.
Yes, sir.
For day and night thy hand was heavy upon me. My moisture is turned into the drought of summer. Selah.
Selah.
I acknowledge my sin unto thee, and mine iniquity have I not hid. I said, I will confess my transgressions unto the Most High.
Yes, sir.
And thou forgavest the iniquity of my sin.
Yes.
Selah.
Selah.
For this shall every one that is godly pray unto thee in a time when thou mayest be found.
Yeah.
Surely in the floods of great waters they shall not come nigh unto him. Thou art my hiding place.
Yes. Yes.
Thou shalt preserve me from trouble.
Yes.
Thou shalt compass me about with songs of deliverance.
Yes.
Selah.
Selah.
I will instruct thee and teach thee in the way which thou shalt go. I will guide thee with mine eye. Be ye not as the horse or as the mule, which have no understanding, whose mouth must be held in with bit and bridle, lest they come near unto thee. Many sorrows shall be to the wicked, but he that trusteth in Yahweh, mercy shall compass him about.
Yes.
Be glad in the Most High,
Yes.
and rejoice,
Yes.
ye righteous, and shout for joy, all ye that are upright in heart. Hallelujah! Selah!
What's up?
Believe on the
What's
Most
up,
High.
D? That's powerful, bro. Yes, sir. Once again, Shabbat Shalom to the worldwide family. Shabbat Shalom to the STL fam. Y'all, we got a doctor appointment coming up. Next coming first day of the week, called the Feast of Tabernacles. Feast. Huh? No, I'm sorry, y'all. I'm sorry. Thank you, bro. Feast of Pentecost. Thank you, bro.
Not next first day.
Boy, that'll be some things going on, wouldn't it? So y'all, May 28th. Let me just say that. That'll clear it up.
There we go.
Feast of Pentecost coming up, y'all. We got to make that doctor's appointment. So y'all just wanted to put that bug back in your ear, y'all. But today's lesson: flat, round, or square. So, what this topic is, y'all, is that, you know, you hear little sound bites out there, and y'all, what we're trying to ensure is that we don't get caught up in what 2 Tim is talking about, and that's strange doctrines, or what you believe and it turns into a doctrine. See, so what we're going to do is go over what the script says about this subject. And y'all, we're talking about the discussion where some may believe flat earth, or some believe round or global earth, or spirit earth, you know. And so, and then there's another part, because some words of square are coming out of there. So is it like a cube, like cube vision? You will see that. So what we need to do is tackle all three of them, Shalom Elisha, and see consistently where we're at with this, because like you say, it's not a salvational matter unless one side says that it is, whatever side you believe. If it's flat and not round, then does that change prophecy on where the New Jerusalem sits? So we ask that question, and if it doesn't, if it's not a point that where believing either way alters judgment, or if you said if you believe this way you're a sinner, or if you believe that way you're a sinner. So we want to first get that understood, that if either way you teach it, is it sin? And sin means transgression of the law. So we would have to have a law that says on how you believe certain things. But y'all, we always say here, the Bible interprets itself. It don't need our help. It's self-interpreted. You don't have to add, or you don't have to take away. But y'all know how we get down. Our high priest, our one and only high priest after the order of Melchizedek, prophesied to be so. Yeshua HaMashiach, locally known as Jesus the Christ, he's our high priest after the order of Melchizedek, and he brings forth the law of every male, female, rich, poor, free or bond, Jew or Gentile. So y'all, with that, we're going to get into this topic, but y'all know how we get out first. We want to just ask for continued prayer for everyone. Good to see you, sis. After that car accident, you looking like you're walking pretty good. No stents or nothing. So
keep her in prayer.
Keep your mom in prayer. We'll do, sister. So y'all, everybody that we had on the list, y'all, we continue to pray for you, and we ask for speedy recovery from the Most High. As we get into the lesson, we'll name a few people as we go along. We just want to get kind of caught up again. But today's lesson, flat, round, or square, because that's what you got. And Tuba, you got any questions or concerns starting out the gate?
DJC note in the chat. He asked, let me see here. It says, can you help me out? I do not have no food stamps. I didn't get it yet. They give it to us late. Anyways, you guys can send me something after the Shabbat. This DJC note.
He said we can.
I'm thinking he's asking.
Yeah. Brother Brian, you know we know you, so yeah, we'll hit you up after this. We'll discuss a matter with you. So, bro, yeah, we'll discuss that matter with you. What else you got out there too, Bob?
That was it.
That was it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, y'all, we're going to jump right into it, y'all. And like I say, once again, we're not saying anybody's wrong for your thought process. What we're trying to do is get consistent, that we're of one mind, one body, and one soul. How can two walk together lest they what?
Agree.
So, minute things, certain things that are you know, you tell, well, man, I believe one day to be this. I believe every day to be of the Lord's. Yeah, we got those mindsets, but they have to all come back to the basic instructions before leaving earth. Y'all, all of this is basic. There's nothing in here so far out of ram for us that we would have to worry about someone taking over planet Earth and changing God's word or changing maps and different things to make us think something different. They ain't touching nothing, y'all, that would cause Judgment Day to go away. So this what you have to understand. The devil knows everything what's going on because he got his death sentence. What he needs is company. What you will never find in the Bible, I don't care what you're saying, is the devil saying, don't believe God. Laws. I want you to understand what I'm saying. I'm not talking about what you may feel or what you may think, but I'm saying, has the devil ever said God's law is tampered with? See, down here, y'all, for everybody to understand it, we believe every word is pure.
That's right.
From Genesis 1:1 to Revelation 22:16, is it? Every single word. So when you come over here to listen to this lesson, that's the first thing we ask, because that's the first thing every prophet asks. That's the first thing the Messiah said to everyone. It's always the first question off the top. Do you believe? You can't, shalom, y'all. You can't say, no, I only believe a little bit of it, or I don't believe what Paul. Then you don't believe. Because you cannot have a mindset that one part may be pure, that I can look at it and say it's pure, and then the other part I'm saying they got their hands in it, but it's the same person hands in the part that you trust and is true. It's the same hands in it.
Is that what Philip asked the eunuch?
Yeah. That's
He
what he
said
always
before
asked.
you can do anything. He asked him, who is this scripture referring to? He was in the book of Isaiah.
Yeah. Yeah, he did.
He said, I want to be baptized. But Philip said, before we do anything, do you believe?
Do you believe? It says Abraham believed God.
Yes.
See, y'all, so once you start getting to the point of saying don't believe certain things about the Most High, the devil don't do this. This is man doing this.
Right.
The devil is coaxing him to do it so that he joins him in the lake of fire. I want y'all to understand that that's the only reason the devil is doing it. He needs company. But the devil will never give you the way out to be able to say at Judgment Day, he tampered with my law, so I have to let you in. You didn't really break that law. That ain't going to be on Judgment Day. That's not going to be on Judgment Day. What you got said?
What's the name of the
Name of the topic, flat, round, or square. And we're talking about a doctrine that's going around, you know, and what we want to make sure is that it doesn't become doctrine. Because down here, even though what we believe, we don't have a circle earth doctrine. We don't teach a circle earth doctrine. What we teach is what the Most High say about earth and heaven. But if you start teaching its dimensions, then you're going to have to prove those dimensions. And you're going to have to prove why those dimensions come into effect. See, if you start running a numerology game on us and start saying certain numbers mean certain things because you see 12 or 7, the Bible will express that if numbers meant anything.
Right.
When it talks about numbers, it tells you how to count the number. You don't have to guess. You don't have to go nowhere. A number system is in Revelations 13, Revelation 16. He said, count the number of the beast. So he tells you when he wants you to count numbers. If you start counting anywhere else because you see 7, because you see 12, because you see 3, then you're making up a doctrine. And you have to be careful that it don't fall along the lines of what's called numerology.
That's right.
It's real easy to get into.
Yes, sir.
And you start getting into some one line in doctrine, numerology will creep in so quick on you, but we ain't never saw numerology performed in the Bible. He ain't never tell you. When he say this direction, do this, if he tell you, I said march around 7 times, that's what he meant. See, 7 means this number. I don't care what you say 7 means. 7 was just a commandment. It's not a number that, because then people say, well, I'm a 7th son. So what that mean now?
I was born on the 7th.
Yeah, look, yeah, so what that means is, see y'all, so we don't want to get involved in the making it a gospel. It's something in that psalm that bro read. It says, no guile in the spirit. See, guile in the flesh gonna be straightforward. But when he read that psalm and it said no guile in the spirit, meaning that if you're saying you have the Holy Spirit, it don't have a trick tongue in it. You shouldn't have a trick tongue in your spirit because it's your consciousness, meaning that if you thinking, yeah, well, I saw that, but I ain't gonna say nothing because that'll take away from my argument. That's guile in the spirit. Because you're consciously thinking that if I say that, I may be proven wrong.
That's like plotting to steal.
Plotting to steal, absolutely. So guile in the spirit, y'all, where you contemplating it, that's why he say, I'm gonna bring everything into judgment. The guile of the spirit, I'm starting there first.
I'm gonna wait till they ain't looking for it. I put it in my pocket.
Yes, sir. Till they ain't looking. So you know what you do. So y'all, with that, y'all, we want to move forward, but we first want to start with 2 Tim chapter 4, verse 1 through 3. Y'all, and we get it moving. What you got out of that, 2 by?
Kevin Jenkins said, could you ask the family to pray for me? I'm about to have spinal cord simulator put in.
Yes, sir, Kevin Jenkins, bro.
Most definitely.
Yes, sir. Anytime surgery is dealing with them spines and them backs, yes, sir, we pray that the Most High have the right surgeons there and he protect their hands, and bro, they do a good job on you because it's got to be some steady hands in
Yes,
this.
sir.
Can't be shaking like
No, not like Tobias was trying to light them things. A half hour to light that. No.
It won't light. I can't get it to light.
Your hands won't stay still.
And Kevin Jenkins, when you're counting down, when they put you under that anesthesia, you say the Lord's Prayer, bro.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
The Lord's Prayer is always, because within that prayer, you're saying, if I don't come out of this, I'm asking you to forgive my sins and the sins that I've committed against somebody else. So that's what they ask, how should we pray? He say, this the prayer to keep guile out of your spirit. Because you got to ask forgiveness of what you doing. You ain't walking around sin free. So y'all, we're going to start this off in 2 Tim chapter 4. You read on down, bro. Yes, sir.
All right, family. We're going to be reading in the book of 2 Timothy.
Yes, sir.
Chapter 4. I'm going to start the reading in verse 1. Everybody there? Let's get some understanding.
Yes, sir.
I charge thee therefore before Yah and the Most High Yahweh Shah Mashiach, who shall judge the quick and the dead at his appearing and his kingdom. Preach the word.
Do what?
Preach the word. Be instant in season.
Right.
Out of season. Reprove.
Right.
Rebuke. Exhort with all long suffering and doctrine.
See, and it says, so preach, be ready at any second to preach this word, and be willing to go the extra mile. So y'all, this is what we want to do, is go the extra mile on this topic. And what we want to see flat, round, or square, because you got things that are saying it sits or it's square. It's square. So once you start saying square, we're talking about a cube. Like when you see Ice Cube movies that say Cube Vision, it has a picture of planet Earth in a square cube. And then round, circular, or flat. So it's just not round or flat, squares in there too. That we have to answer all of these and see where we end up, or see that they have anything to do with the said pearls to come, preceding the second coming of our Messiah. If it ain't talking about that, this is what we're talking about, the gospel. It has to be pertaining to the gospel. If it's not, it's just an old wives' tale moving through, something to just have you thinking about this and your wheels will be turning. And until you get Jeff Bezos' money, Bezos, how you pronounce? Bezos. Until you get his money and you able to get in a rocket, when you do, then you tell us what you really see. You understand what I'm saying, Lyson?
Yes, sir.
Because other than that, your wheels are just spinning. Let's get it.
Verse 3.
Yeah.
For the time will come when they will not endure sound doctrine.
What will they not endure?
Sound doctrine.
Y'all see, sound doctrine means it has a solid foundation. There's no holes in it. Every part of it, east, west, south, and north are covered. It's not a hospital gown doctrine. It's not your backside is out.
No cracks in the foundation at all.
See, hospital gown doctrine means it's a sick doctrine. And it's when the well doctrine is trying to get that gown closed up. But see, sometimes that sick doctrine don't have no shame. And it'll get up and walk to the bathroom like you visiting somebody in the hospital. Now they ain't got no drawers on and the back is out. And they'll walk right with their pole to the bathroom. And you like, damn, all his ass out. And his ass, she right out, man, look, like he been sitting in junkyard rocks. You know, it just, and you be like, damn, he know his ass out, don't he? He just walking back. But see, he's at that point. Like,
feel that breeze?
yeah, that breeze. So we want to just make sure ain't no hole in your doctrine, y'all. So we ain't saying nobody is wrong under no circumstances, y'all, but we're going with consistently what we can prove. See, we want to make sure that there's nothing in there that where somebody points and say, hospital gown. Hospital gown.
But that, like you say, that hospital gown doctrine, it allows some form of escape because there's no sound doctrine.
No sound doctrine, absolutely, bro.
So it leaves a hole open to escape out of because you can't cover all your bases.
Absolutely, bro.
Whereas the Most High's doctrine don't need no escape.
Right.
It's solid.
It's solid.
It changes not.
You ain't never got to say about the Most High doctrine, come on, man, think about it like this. Come on, man, think. Come on, man,
because the
think.
Most High expresses everything his intents are expressed in detail. Every parable is broken down.
Yeah. So y'all, what we want to go over today is the Most High asking the most wisest people. And he asks and he covers the questions when someone asks about the universe, about how things were created. When it gets beyond your thought of past creation and you want to dig into how it was created, then you must at that point show where the Most High allowed that knowledge to be taken forth. But we're going to deal with hit it in the mouth after to make sure we're not teaching strange doctrine or doctrines of men. We're going to get right into all of the questions when he asked Job, when he had Jeremiah go forth and ask the people. He asked these very questions we're talking about. I'm not talking about verse teaching. I'm not talking about one-lining. What I'm talking about is the Most High answers all your questions, whatever thought you may have about heaven and earth. And we're going to get some good understanding today, y'all. Let's get it.
That's verse 3 from the top.
Yeah.
For the time will come when they will not endure sound doctrine, but after their own lust shall they heap to themselves teaching.
After their what?
Their own lust shall they heap to themselves teaching. Having itchy ears.
Having itchy ears, y'all. You let itchy ear doctrine make you kind of, for some reason, you just automatically start doing like this, or you do like this. That's that itchy ear doctrine. I'm looking for a way of how this can work, y'all. But it must be according to the gospel. Go ahead, bro.
Verse 4.
Yeah.
And they shall turn away their ears from the truth.
From the what?
From the truth.
And
shall be turned unto fables.
Unto fables, y'all. So what we have to make sure is we're not teaching any fables. We had a long drawn out situation about the order of Melchizedek, two-by handler. But the bottom line is we have to start off asking the same questions, y'all, no matter who we discussing these things. No matter who we discussing these things with, everybody must be on board and say, yes, I am a believer from Genesis to Revelation. Right. Look, if you get into a discussion with anybody that say, well, I'm not trusting Paul's writings, you're wasting time. You're casting pearls before swine, because you leave the door open for them to say, well, that's the part of Paul's writings that I don't trust. What we going to do at that point? Oh, okay, so let me mark that one down. You don't trust that one. And then you say, well, I'm finna bust your head with this one right here of Paul. He like, oh, that's on my list too. We ain't supposed to trust that one either. How you going to get understanding?
I got some of it.
Yeah. So it's an all or nothing thing. Once everybody chips are pushed to the center of the table, now we can get some understanding. We can move forward. There's nothing that takes place without rules or regulations in its start, and the rules and regulations are always given before the start of anything. Ain't it? Yeah. When they pound the gavel, that means they want order.
Shut up.
When this happens, everybody stand up. You know what the order of it is. So y'all, we play by the rules. And the rules say we're not to get into what debate means, because debate means we can agree to disagree. That ain't in the Bible nowhere. You can't agree to disagree, because the first thing you're going to put on the table is the Messiah.
Yes.
Can we agree to disagree that he don't exist? See, and then you read another scripture in the New Testament. If you read in the New Testament at all, and you say you don't trust Paul, right? I don't care what books you read in the New Testament, you will have a guile spirit. And let me explain what I'm talking about, a guile spirit. I don't care because you don't trust Paul. There's nothing you can find in the Old Testament that prove Christ's feet touched this earth. We have to trust the prophets from Matthew up to Revelations. And the other books in between that speak of him touching planet Earth. That's the only thing you got. You cannot believe him and then go in one of those books. I don't care what book you use. You're still believing that he hit the earth. You just don't like, because this individual, what he's saying about he hit the earth, that's your problem.
Right.
Sound doctrine, y'all.
Right.
Not hospital gown. Let's get it.
Verse 5.
Yeah.
But watch thou in all things.
Endure affliction. Do what?
Endure affliction. Do the work of an evangelist.
Right.
Make full proof of thy ministry.
See, do the work of an evangelist. Make full proof. That means no matter where you go, an evangelist evangelize wherever he goes. That don't mean you just start spitting the word because you walk in the grocery store, everybody shouting, the Lord is coming. You can't do that. That's not evangelizing. That means when the opportunity come up for the gospel to be preached, it don't matter where you at. If it comes up for it to be preached, you're ready to go. You can't say, well, I left all my books at home. When the opportunity here, you must strike the iron while it's hot. But that don't mean just walking in front of everybody, I'm going to go down there and just tell her, no, you be on the crazy list.
Right. All y'all going to hell.
Yeah.
Can't do that.
Yeah. Okay, y'all, so did we finish that?
Yes.
Okay, so now, y'all, we're going to get right into the questions of the Most High. So, y'all, we get some understanding on what we're dealing with. And he talks about measurements, layouts, and the foundation. And he asked the question, can anybody get busy with the distance of certain things? But he pinpoints exactly what you can't measure. within heaven and earth. What you can't measure. You can't measure the universe because it's unending. There ain't no line you can throw out to find the end of the universe. Y'all understand what I'm saying? There's no line. So it's unending.
You take a tape measure and you just keep on.
You just keep going. You just gonna keep on going. You just gonna keep on pulling.
I got several
Keep
tape
on
measures
pulling.
and they don't go past this.
Right.
You need that wheel.
Boy.
Yeah.
And even the wheel
Even
ain't
the
gonna
wheel gonna
Look.
flip over.
Yeah.
That's gonna run out.
Let's get it, y'all. Jeremiah 31. And y'all, we're just dealing with measurements and things of those nations and the elements to answer this question, flat, round, or square. Now, y'all, we know all of the ones you go to the liners. We ain't gonna do no verse teaching and where it say it's on a pedestal. It's a pillar set. Well, yeah, we got all the counteractive. The earth sitteth on nothing. It hangs on nothing.
Right.
So what is the pillars hooked to? So y'all, we can go through all of that. We gonna just get right to what the Most High is saying.
But you'll see that only the Most High, who's the architect of
Yeah.
it all, is the only one who holds the plumb line.
Yeah. Say it again, Elisha. He's the only one to hold what?
The plumb line.
Yes, sir.
And the measuring stick.
Yeah.
For it's his creation.
Yeah.
So only he knows the measurements and the width and the breadth thereof. That's why he always asks, man, measure the weight of fire.
Yeah. Boy.
Wind.
Who want to test weighing fire? Who want to hold your hand out? We're going to squirt some lighter fluid in it and get that lighter, pow. And then you just tell us, wait a minute, that feels like about 8 ounces of fire. That's about 8 or 9 ounces, Elisha.
Yeah, that's about third degree.
Yeah, that's what it is,
That's
Elisha.
what it is.
All right, family, we're going to be reading in the book of Jeremiah, chapter 31. We're going to start the reading in verse 31.
Yes, sir.
Everybody there? Jeremiah 31 and 31. Behold, the days come, saith the Most High, that I will make a new covenant with the house of Israel and with the house of Judah.
So we know this last day prophecy, when a new covenant will be made with us as a people. Go ahead.
Verse 32. Not according to the covenant that I made with their fathers in the day that I took them by the hand to bring them out of the land of Egypt, which my covenant they break, although I was an husband unto them, saith the Most High.
So he's talking about the new covenant coming is not like the one that I gave them at Mount Sinai, the schoolmaster. I'm not going to do that one again. And he said because they break that one.
Right.
They broke that one before Moses come off the mount, didn't they, Elisha?
Yep.
He had to make another set of 10 commandments.
You wrote that one on the refrigerator.
Boy, look here. And they just tore that one up. Shalom, me boss. Go ahead.
Verse 33.
Yeah.
Ain't even look bad.
But this shall be the covenant that I will make with the house of Israel.
Yeah.
After those days, saith the Most High,
Uh-huh.
I will put my law in their inward parts,
Uh-huh.
and write it in their hearts,
Right.
and will be their Elohim, and they shall be my people.
Now let's look at this covenant and say this ain't a new covenant, but it's technically an old one because that's the very first thing that happened to the first man, Adam.
Yes, sir.
He gave him the commandments and wrote them in his heart.
Yes.
That's the new covenant that's coming back.
Yes.
Not Mount Sinai is not coming back. We're not chasing what we couldn't even keep then. He said which covenant they break. Broke it on Mount Sinai and then continue to break it and end up so much trouble in the wilderness they called the one who was given the law to break it and caused him the promised land to see it, well to go over in it. He looked over and saw it. There it is. But you can't go. was like your parents taking you to your favorite amusement park. And then when they pull up in the parking lot, everybody out the car except Junior. What? Why I can't stay? And then at that point they show you your report card. You like, oh, you gonna do me like that? Yeah, and then you just see us on the screen and they go, and you looking from the car. That'd be rough on the license.
Yeah, that'd be rough. He gonna break out the car and hop the fence.
Where we at?
Verse 34.
Yeah.
He just gonna take the car. Get your way home.
Yeah.
Verse 34.
Right?
And they shall teach no more every man his neighbor, and every man his brother, saying, Know the Most High, for they shall all know me, from the least of them unto the greatest of them, saith the Most High. For I will forgive their iniquity, and I will remember their sin no more.
Under this new covenant.
Right.
But the law will be written in your heart. Okay. Thank you, Mom. No, I get it when I leave. So that law will be written in your heart. I got some hibiscus up here, Imam. So, y'all, when you understand the law being written in your heart, that means it's been written in your consciousness when you sleep. Everything you think truth, and you balance it with good or evil. That's already in you, and you ain't got to worry about somebody, man. Hey, man, what's up, dog? You know anything about the book of Timothy? You ain't gonna be asking those questions. Everybody in the kingdom will be equally sound on this doctrine. What look like asking you a question in the kingdom?
What you doing here?
What you doing here? Yeah, that'd be the first question. What the license? No, everybody that's there is worthy to be there. The law is written in their heart. They know how to conduct themselves. There ain't nobody hollering in the kingdom, get your hand out my pocket. Go ahead, bro.
Verse 35.
Yeah.
Thus saith the Most High, which giveth the sun for a light by day, and the ordinances of the moon and of the stars for a light by night, which divideth the sea when the waves thereof roar. The Most High of hosts is his name.
So we want to keep this in remembrance, this, and also Genesis, the first day. Give me the fourth day. I won't just read that. So y'all, certain things we're going to read, we want to keep in context of what we consider night and day, and it'll help bring to the understanding, or at least why we understand that things are designed consistently the same way for it to work in the universe, in the most high spectrum of things. It's not going to be something out of order that you question how he created things. So we're going to cover every angle, y'all. We're going to try to make this hospital gown free. That where if somebody asks you down at the Church of Melchizedek, how do you feel about that? Even if someone else may say, well, man, I understand what they're saying, but still in the back of my mind is something there. Well, if that's still in the back of your mind, that's in the back of your mind to bring it to the front. So that everybody, because we just read in the 10, we have to reproof. We have to correct. And when you bring it to the forefront, if you can correct what this saying, then that's what we saying. Bring it to the front. But if you ain't got no answers for a certain question that's asked you concerning a topic, whose fault is that? Let's get some more of that. No, we want that Genesis. Give me the fourth day.
17.
Okay. Yeah. Genesis 1, and we're going to the fourth day.
1 and 14.
1 and 14, okay.
Genesis chapter 1, verse 14.
And the reason I'm doing this is because the Most High just gets into that Jeremiah 35. He started talking about the creation on day 4. Go ahead, brother.
And notice that day 4 is the backup plan.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Because he already created a light.
Yeah.
A great light.
Yeah.
So day 4 is just a backup plan, just in case.
Just in case. See, always a plan B, y'all. See, That's why we had to go under the natural sun when Adam transgressed. So now you got to feel the sun. You got to work. See, now the sun has to be hotter because you're not in retirement anymore. So now you're in toil and labor. So the only thing does that is the sun pounding on you while you working and make you sweat now. And make you almost hate working because it's coming back so soon on you again. You got to pick this up and do this again tomorrow. So that's why the sun was created as a backup plan. But not only that, it wasn't just to punish you, it was to feed you as well, because without the sun, no crops. Right. But you're going to have to labor for your crops. Thank you.
But notice how the crops,
pass it down. We'll pass it down.
crops were created without the sun and without the sun first.
First, absolutely. Absolutely. Day 3. Genesis 2 say the same thing. Day 3. They're not different. Genesis chapter 2 explains Genesis chapter 1. Both of them still got day 3.
But now the
Trees
crops,
is already there.
but now the crops need that sun, that artificial light,
Yes, sir.
to grow.
Yeah.
Because we wouldn't obey the great sun,
Yeah.
the great light.
Yes, sir.
So now we have to obey that artificial light.
Yeah. Do things in the daytime now.
Yeah.
No work at night.
No work at night.
What you got, too bad?
This is off subject, but Sister Hubia in the chat, she says, family, I need y'all prayers for the third time, what she said, 3 times. Days ago, I noticed my refrigerator was not cooling, so I contacted the landlord to let them know, okay, I keep my insulin in the refrigerator. So she said she got a repairman out there today, and the sister want to know if she violating the Shabbat having a repairman out there.
No.
I told her.
You need
No,
that.
sister, that's
You need
for
that.
your health.
Exactly.
You need that.
Isn't it good to do well on the Sabbath?
Yeah.
Sister, that's your health. That's
Right.
prolonging your life.
Thank you, sister.
If he didn't do it today and something happened to you tonight, what
Won't be
what
no
good
more
is your
Sabbath.
Sabbath? Now you're going to blame the Most High. And now it's grievous unto you.
Right. See, that's why the Messiah said he's Lord of the Sabbath. You know, and this is what he was explaining. He said, if your ox fall in a hole on the Sabbath, would you get it out? You have to. You know why? Because if you leave it in there till the next day, wolves gonna get it at night.
Yeah.
It's gonna be.
Now you ain't got nothing to plow with.
It's just gonna be bones.
You ain't got nothing to farm with at this point. Who you gonna blame? Well, Lord, you know I let them stay in the hole because it was the Sabbath day. And now I know you do provide, and you will provide me with a new ox. But you ain't told you left your stall gate open. How did the ox get out? Right. See, but he did say, he said, I saw you Pharisees, y'all rolled up your sleeves. And y'all got that man ox out of the hole. Sis, at best, if you don't want a repairman there, go get you some ice.
Yes, sir.
Get you a cooler.
Cooler.
And pack that insulin in ice. Get dry ice if you have to. There's always a fix. If you saying, no, I'm just not going to hire nobody on the Sabbath, then you have to go get dry ice or the coldest ice you can get. And when the repairman comes out on Sunday, which they don't work on Sunday, so you got to wait till Monday, unless you're going to pay them extra charges for Sunday, for the first day of the week. So get you some ice and a cooler and pack it in there. It'll hold. Make sure all these new thermoses they got something that'll hold 48 hours. Pack it in there, and then tomorrow tell them and schedule it for the second day of the week, Monday, to come out and repair that refrigerator. But you cannot put yourself in danger.
You know how many
And then say I was keeping the Most High's commandments. He don't do that.
Right.
A whole bunch of Israelites died on the Sabbath in the book of Maccabees.
Yeah.
Because they wouldn't fight
Yeah.
on the Sabbath. And a lot of bodies mounted up because they would not fight on the Sabbath.
Yeah.
It was known that they wouldn't fight. That's why they attacked them.
Yes.
Right.
But Judah said, bump that.
Yeah.
Right.
Come at us on the Sabbath
That's right.
and see what happens.
Sister said, thank y'all. She was getting upset for a minute. All praise.
Well, look, and we'll never instruct anybody to break the law. We're not what, and this is what we're talking about. the spirit of guile. We're not giving you trick things. We have to give you an alternative because we have to look at why you believe this. First, we have to accept that you don't want to move on the Sabbath. That's a good thing. We're understanding that it should be a rest day.
Right.
But the rest day cannot cause healing because next we have to deal with a woman that goes into labor on the Sabbath. What do you do at that point?
Hold up.
Look what you gonna tell the baby. You cut that kicking out. You cut it out now. I can tell you was gonna be wicked the other day. You trying to come out on the Sabbath. You cut it out till tomorrow.
You're wasting your breath.
Hey, you and Lil Kev gonna have a conversation.
So, y'all, we have to make sure we cover everything because you can't leave that out. These are things that happen that you can't control. You have no control.
That's right.
If a virus jump on you on the Sabbath, what you gonna do? And I'm talking about whoop you down. Do you call the ambulance and say, no, y'all, I'm gonna try to get on through the night?
Try if you
And
will.
your breath is shallow.
Right.
Y'all understand what I'm saying? Your breath is shallow. So y'all, we're gonna pick it on back up where we at.
Genesis chapter 1, verse 14.
Yes, sir.
And Yahweh said, let there be lights in the firmament of heaven to divide the day from night, and let them be for signs.
What are they for?
For signs and for seasons and for days and years.
So this is the only reason they were created. Read it again, what they were created for. So we don't get outside of that and fall victim to Deuteronomy 4:19 if we be driven to worship the star, the sun, and the moon. Let's read what they were designed for. Go ahead, what it say?
And Yahweh said, let there be lights in the firmament of heaven to divide the day from the night.
So it's splitting day and night. Go ahead.
And let them be for signs and for seasons and for days and years.
And years. So they control, these lights are going to control these things. Go ahead, what else it say?
And let them be for lights in the firmament of heaven to give light upon the earth. And it was so.
Oh, yes, sir.
And Yahweh made two great lights, the greater light to rule the day and the lesser light to rule the night. He made the stars also.
So when we get to this understanding, y'all, going down to where say the evening and the morning was good.
And Yahweh set them in the firmament of heaven to give light upon the earth.
To give light where?
Upon the earth. And to rule over the day and over the night. And to divide the light from the darkness. And Yahweh saw that it was good. And the evening and the morning were the fourth day.
So let's get this understood. There's light in Genesis 1 and 1, 1 and 1 and 1 and 2. That's not the light that we're reading about on day 4. That's the light that's coming back with the new covenant. Right. That light, once again, because it's going to separate true day from night. Wickedness, what I should say, good and evil is going to be separated at that point when that Genesis 1 and 1 come back again.
Revelation 21.
Yes, sir. 23. So, y'all, we want to get that understanding and get it hit clear in our head that the sun that we're under is only here because of Adam's transgression, that we're under that sun. That's a 24-hour clock. In the kingdom, who's going to be looking at a watch? You know, man, I need to be over to Elisha's in about 500 years from now. I'm going to set this for 500 years and 3 months. I don't want to miss going over that.
Well, send me a reminder.
Boy, look here, send me a reminder. Absolutely. Because you're in everlasting.
Why don't y'all just do it today and you can skip all that?
Boy, be nice, wouldn't Isaiah? Go ahead, where we at? We going back to, did you finish that, Isaiah? Evening and the morning was good?
Yeah.
So let's get right back into that Jeremiah 31. And we wanted to, because see, when a prophet is talking about the second coming, everything will go back to like how it was started. How it started. No matter what we read, it's just like Genesis 1 and 1 and 2 with the second coming. Lights knocked out. And then there's a light coming. Everybody that died, when they say go to the light, is they pointing to the sun? Is that what they saying? Go to the light. Is they talking about go to the sun? Huh? Is that what they talking about, light?
I don't know, bro.
See, it's crazy, man. You know. It's like, you know, you get caught up in going to the moon and going to Mars for what? Next, somebody gonna come and tell you they going to the sun, but they gonna go at night. You damn, man, that's a thought, ain't it? That's a thought.
I guess you won't get burned that way.
Boy, look here, yeah.
That's deep.
Boy, that's deep, like.
Yeah, it's real deep.
Kenny, how deep?
All right, fam, we're back in the book of Jeremiah.
Yeah.
Chapter 31, and we're at verse 36.
Yes, sir.
And it reads, if those ordinances depart from before me, saith the Most High, then the seed of Israel also shall cease from being a nation before me forever.
So, if you hear of talk of meteors hitting the sun or the sun spewing out light, you start to hear about global warming and different things. When you start to hear talk of these ordinances departing, not only that whenever somebody conquers anything, they put a flag in it. It's called their ensign. That means we discovered this. This is ours.
Conquered.
If they do that to the sun or the moon, then the Negro problem or Israel problem would be over. He would cut us off from being a nation and a seed forever. That means annihilate us. You're a through piece at that point. You will never ever exist. There'll never be a man of Israel that pisses against the wall ever again. If they put an ensign there. Now they'll try to send a robot there to put an ensign there. Or whatever they may be saying, this is what we doing. But I'm always wondering, what's filming the robot?
Right.
Watching it roll, what's filming it?
Another robot.
Yeah, another robot. Let's get some more.
Verse 37.
Yeah.
Thus saith the Most High, if heaven above can be measured, and the foundations of the earth searched out beneath, I will also cast off all the seed of Israel for all that they have done, saith the Most High.
So notice what he said. He didn't say if it could be figured out. He gave you specific areas. If heaven could be searched out, if you could show us where the throne of the Most High is at. Because I don't care what writer you talk about, Enoch, Elijah, all of them, look to a point where they said, I can't get that far in heaven. And I saw, and I asked the angel, was that they like, we can't go that far up either. There's only one that's been up that far, and that's his son. And the Holy Spirit's there. Yes. But we ain't never been there. That's why Satan was threw out. He said, I want to go where? He was already up there, wasn't he?
Yes.
He said, I want to exceed.
I want to exceed my boundary. I want to see what's beyond there.
Just like these heat, they on the same stuff.
More.
I need to see because I want to see, and the whole thing is for pride and gain. Maybe I can take over who's up there. Maybe I can get that seat up there. Y'all think about it like a child that won't behave. That child you can't do nothing with. You understand? Back in the day, we would take them to the priest when you couldn't do nothing with them no more. And you gave them permission. I just can't do nothing with. They say, well, you know what we going to do with him? You won't try him again? Put that rod of correction on one more time. I done whooped him every day. His uncle come over and whooped him. Next door neighbors whooped him. And then he called for the stone throwers. Satchel Pagers. Bob Gibsoners. Pre-Doc Goodens.
Let's get David.
Boy, yeah, yes sir.
Put that one.
Boy, go ahead, bro.
Verse 38.
Yes.
Behold, the days come, saith the Most High, that the city shall be built to the Most High from the tower of Hananiel unto the gate of the corner.
Right.
And the measuring line shall yet go forth over against it upon the hill Gerar, and shall compass about to go at it. And the whole valley of the dead bodies, and of the ashes, and all the fields unto the brook of Kidron, unto the corner of the horse gate toward the east, shall be holy unto the Most High. It shall not be plucked up, nor thrown down any more forever.
Now I want to get back to verse 37. If heaven can be measured and the foundations of the earth searched out beneath. So this is the question. If you saying earth has a foundation, then you done measured it. You know what according. This is why we have to be careful when you're talking about a solid foundation, because this is the question he's asking. Where did I ever tell you is fitted firmly at? And if it is fitted firmly, where does it fit at? They talk about the center or the core of planet Earth, but they ain't never been to the core. They say it's so hot and molten lava is right there. What they got to go look in there? But what I'm talking about, he's asking right here, the foundation of earth, what sits it solid. He say if you can figure that out, that'll get rid of us anyway. See, your discovery of that'll get rid of us as a people. Read that again so we get some better understanding.
Okay, verse 40.
37.
Thus saith the Most High, if heaven above can be measured, and the foundations of the earth searched out beneath.
Understand what it's saying, the foundations. Ain't that what earth sit on?
Right.
If you're saying there's pillars there, it's your job, if you believe in flat earth, to tell us what the answer to this is. Because you're saying foundations, ain't you, Elijah?
Yeah, you saying
it said the foundations of the earth. If you can measure. What? Yeah, I'm excited.
Did you break the foundation? This boy did karate.
Yeah.
The foundation was a little bad on
Yes, sir. No, I didn't hit the deck. Yeah, well, foundation bad on that chair. So, but you got to have a strong back in this game.
Good bout. That's where we go.
What's that, Mike? Yeah, yes, sir.
Oh my goodness.
Yes, sir.
Still over there.
Look.
I know what it is. He ain't sitting on his cushion.
Right. Look, I should be looking like I'm about 6'4". What my cushion? Look. Or later on, I'll be crying like the boy, and I'm gonna get you sucker when he had that splint in his hand. Get that right there to support. Like Rambo, get clear.
Man, okay.
Read that again, bro. 37. Yeah.
Verse 37.
Yeah.
Thus saith the Most High, if heaven above can be measured.
First thing, y'all, can we measure heaven above?
No.
Do we know the length of it?
No.
They say the moon is 378,000 miles from Earth.
How they know that?
They say they done measured that far.
I didn't know.
But then they have things they call black holes. And not only this, but they say to reach the level for the Most High is at, it's called a light year. To get to the Most High, they're saying he's like 10 trillion light years away. So let's do this math. According to their instruction, now they measured the speed of light. Understand what I'm saying? They've measured the speed of light like they've measured the speed of sound. At Mach 2 or Mach 4 is the speed of sound. But the speed of light is 187,000 miles per second. So now you got to multiply that times 60 to get the speed of light in a month. Now you got to multiply, I'm talking about 187,000 times 30 or 31. That's for a month. And then you got to multiply that times 12 to get 1 year. If it's a trillion light years away, now you get them numbers and you understand why it can't be measured. by their own calculations. Y'all understand? Even using their calculations, this can't be proven by their calculations.
Well, who had the stopwatch when they measured?
Well, this what they did to speed of light. When you look it up, this is how they
Did
did.
they say go? Was it an echo? Did it take long?
What they did is they put a mirror right here and a mirror at the other end. And when the sun came up, by the time it hit that boom right there, that measured how fast light travels.
That's a theory.
No, that's a proven fact. The speed of light. You can Google that, you can see it. But look, even if you don't believe it, like I'm saying, if you don't believe it, it's a measuring point that if you do it yourself, if you get a mirror right here and you get a mirror right there, when the sun hit it, that's what the Egyptians used to do. Y'all have to understand that they knew when certain time the light was coming and the speed of it was coming. Those pyramids were set up that way. Light was bouncing up like this to tell them when it's going to hit. That's where they had sundials too, to know when the sunlight was hitting. But what we're talking about, another thing to measure the speed of light. It puts it in a whole nother dimension. They call it the fifth dimension if you can get to the speed of light. If you live 1,000 years, you will get to the speed of light. What I mean is you can travel in the next dimension and it won't hurt you at all. You don't have to worry about an oxygen mask. If you reach the speed of light, it's pure immortality to reach the speed of light because you're fully illuminated then. But what we're talking about is what these scriptures are saying. Can you do this on earth? And I'm telling you, man, it's certain things that they can do. Science proves certain things, but then when they say it's a theory, you don't have to believe that. The Bible is science fact, not science fiction. Everything they never say the Bible is not true. They're just saying this we can't prove by our scientists. We don't care about your scientists. You ain't gonna never be able to prove to measure earth. We're not concerned with your science. You're just proving what the Bible says. You can't do it. So you have a theory. And a theory is, we kind of agree that we think it could be this way. Well, I think it could be that way. Where we at now? Theory mean can't be proven by fact. So they tell you, once again, they're not lying to you, we can't prove this by fact. Apples makes men live forever. Have y'all ever seen that? And then when you open up the article, then they tell the truth. Apples may extend your life if you eat one a day. You see how they draw you in? See, they draw you in to think it's fact. And then they tell you how it could become fact. But still, eating all the apples every day of life ain't guaranteed life, is it?
Not at all.
We would never get an apple, would we? Being poor people. Who would all the apples be for? The rich people, wouldn't it?
And if none of us know when we leave here, how we know the apple really extended our life?
Well, look, if tomorrow ain't promised to you, them scriptures would be gone, wouldn't it? Unless you got an apple.
He wouldn't have been eating them apples. He'd have been dead 2 days
Two days ago. Yeah, go ahead. Where we at?
Verse 37.
Yeah.
Continue.
Yeah.
And the foundations.
And the what?
And the foundations of the earth searched out beneath.
So where must they be searched out at?
Beneath.
So we want to know how deep earth is. See, this is what he's asking. He's not asking the question how long it is across. Can they circle the earth in a rocket ship? They can tell you the circumference of it, but it said beneath. What the Most High is asking, can you tell me where the center of the earth is at? Can you measure the center of the earth? This is what we're talking about. It's not asking you, can they go around the earth? It's asking you, can they tell you what's at the core of it? Where is that molten rock that they're talking about? The center of the earth. You know why they can't tell you what's there? You know what's right there? It's called gravity. Give me the word gravity real quick. Somebody look that up for me. This is the key things that's separating flat, square, or round earth. It's called gravity. Gravity is the only thing going to help if you believe the earth is just like the other planets, round, global, spherical. What's that term? Spherical, yeah. It's the only way that you'll be able to defend that. Gravity is the only thing. If you had a ball and gravity was in the center of that ball, I don't care where an individual stands, he's standing on solid ground. Even if you would consider him upside down, gravity is pulling everybody back to the center. If you got a flat earth, what's protecting the water from flowing over the side of the earth?
Right.
See, we're talking about the center. Because if they can send a rocket ship up there, they can see the edge of the earth.
Right.
The only way you can say it is they just don't want to show it to you. Well, when you gonna find it out then? If they ain't gonna show it to you, who gonna show it to us?
Right.
If they don't do it, who gonna do it?
Just believe me.
And look, we need to get on some FPSs. You need to be traveling with an FPS, flat positioning sensor. See, we use global positioning sensor, so it tells us globally where we go on Earth, and we set our directions with global positioning sensor around spiritual. You need flat positioning sensor to know where you're going. So it says you've arrived at your destination. It's 12 noon all over planet Earth at the same time.
I don't believe the heathen, man. All that stuff that
Well-
you're talking is heathen stuff.
Well, I'm just saying,
They
if
come
you
up
can't
with-
prove what the
they
heathen,
lie.
well, this the bottom line. You have to disprove what the heathen saying according to this. Some people don't believe the devil exists. So what do we tell them?
Real out there.
See, now you say it's real. See, but that's then you believe what you want to believe.
Them
So
Negro cliches ain't gonna work.
yeah.
It's real out there.
Yeah, it's real. You like right? I believe you on that.
That's deep.
But what them heathens talk about, I ain't trusting
I
that.
don't be listening.
Look, you have to understand who's been put in charge of the world. When you're put in charge of the world, whoever the Most High put in charge of the world is in charge of planet Earth. Pharaoh was in charge of planet Earth. Jacob had to leave the land of Canaan and go to where the king of planet Earth was, called Egypt, and buy bread, or the nation would have starved to death. No bread was in the land of Canaan. He silver and gold. Go where to buy that bread? Why do you think everybody coming to America? You got certain groups trying to get out of here, and you're running to the nations that's coming here looking for bread.
Right. Don't make sense.
That don't make sense, dude.
So they'll be back.
They'll be back. Yeah, they'll be back. Let's get some more of this. Where we at?
The continuation of 37.
Yeah.
I will also cast off all the seed of Israel for all that they have done, saith the Most High.
So what the Most High is saying then, because I have to just get rid of you because I have prophecies concerning the house of Israel taking over. If they interrupt those prophecies, then I have to cut y'all off. So their mission is out of space is to cut it off. So their mission is to cut off the thought process of them taking over planet Earth. Y'all understand what I'm saying? So this is what the Most High is asking. He didn't ask around the earth. He asked in the middle. Has any scientist done that yet?
No, sir.
And he says because the middle is where the foundations are. Now we can guess what that look like. We can say, but it's unmeasurable. So how do we then determine that we have a solid doctrine that we believe in? Until you put all your ducks in a row, so to speak, you're just doing guesswork. What's left open, y'all?
Back.
We're talking about some ashy
Feel the
cheeks.
breeze.
Yeah. Ashy cheek doctrine. Where we at?
That's it on that.
Okay, let's get right back to it, y'all. Sirach chapter 1 in the Apocrypha, because we're dealing with measurements again. Yo, so what we're doing is we're trying, and we know some of the order Melchizedek believes that flat earth to be true. We're not telling you you dead wrong, but we're telling you the way we move is what we can prove. If you move that way, prove it, and we'll move the way you move. You understand what we're saying, like?
Yes, sir.
Well, we're proving from which way we've left no stone unturned and ain't no hospital gownism in this doctrine.
Right.
Then and the rainbow is
What is this shaped of?
It's in a circle, but it's a full circuit. So we only see half of it. Where's the other half?
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Because if it's raining somewhere else.
We only see half of it. So where's the other half of that rainbow?
And we're going to get into shadow casting as well. And that's going to straighten a few things, at least for you to contemplate. But our commandments were, don't be dismayed at what? So once we get on this, then we have to be careful that we're not mixing certain things that we shouldn't to prove a point, or it becomes just a bad doctrine.
Yes.
We got to see what the Messiah said about heaven and earth and the shapes and the Father. And they're going to tell us. We don't have to guess, and we don't have to get caught up in scientists' work, because you're going to have to trust what they're saying sooner or later, because you won't be able to prove what you're trying to prove. You will be left with saying they're blocking it from us so we can't see it. Who are they? See, and then we have to run with that. Who is the they? The government. So now we're into conspiracy theories. So they're blocking you from going to North or Antarctica, because Antarctica shows the truth and they keep you out of there. Well, they said the same thing about Area 51, didn't they, Lysa?
Yes, sir.
So what's in Area 51 that they don't want us to see? So basically what you're saying in Area 51, if we can't go there, they say they have a downed supernatural chariot in there. I want y'all to think about that. A downed supernatural chariot. So the Most High's vehicles that he create on the supernatural level are able to crash. Y'all understand what we're talking about? Something that was created supernatural, never to perish, like the sun and the moon. Y'all got that in a warehouse in Area 51, do you? See, once you start chasing that rabbit hole, ain't no end to it. You become a suey liver. You know, we say it smell like suey water. Where that wine come from?
I don't know.
Go ahead, bro. Sit right here. Yeah. I know it killed you.
Make it sound worse. Suey.
Yeah.
Let's get into this Sirach chapter 1, verse 1. Yeah.
Sirach chapter 1 verse 1. Wisdom cometh.
Read that again.
All wisdom cometh from the Most High.
Read that again, no, still.
All wisdom cometh from the Most High.
It says all of it. It's no matter what doctrine you hear. If you got an outside doctrine reaches back for the Bible, then that's trouble. And how you gonna know a strange doctrine is? It always, see y'all, we have to be what's called fruit inspectors. Fruits of the Spirit. That's what we must inspect, no matter what nobody say. You have to listen to the fruits of the Spirit. All wisdom comes from the Most High. If they talk about something outside of the Bible and then sneak back into the Bible to solidify what they're saying and then say outside is still great, they're cheating. They're telling you the wisdom is coming from the Bible, but then they're saying, not really, it didn't. So every doctrine does that. The Baptists will take just one portion out of the Bible. It's called water baptism. And they start a religion. The Pentecostals will take one part of the gift, speaking in tongues, and start a doctrine. But notice they won't teach you. 1 Corinthians 14, which teaches you how to speak in tongues. They make up their own way of speaking in tongues. Not according to the record. So it's just a doctrine. So when you see that bad fruit, you can point out a worm. You call yourself Pentecostal and you don't even do the feast day, the day of Pentecost? But you're Pentecostal? How does that work? So you don't do the feast day, you just practice talking a language that can't nobody understand. We ain't supposed to know it because it's angel language. Have you ever read in the Bible where an angel came to anybody and they say, I can't understand what you saying. Right. Are you saying coming in a Honda? Or are you saying Shalom Rala Rala? What are you saying? Look.
I think he told me.
Well, look, cause I ain't never seen nobody that when an angel came, they said, I don't understand what you saying. I can't understand the words coming out of your mouth. Have we ever read that? So then how do you get a language you can't understand? It says the prophecy part of it, you won't understand when you speak in tongues because it's for edification. So you go in your closet to get edification of the language that you're speaking. And he'll tell you it's just written in this language. This is what it means though. Like many, many, many was wrote on the wall for Solomon. When they looked at it, what does many, many, many? It explained what it means. It didn't explain it was many me. A big and short dude looked like the same, but one 6'9", the other one 5'3". No, not many me. So you don't get it. It tells you what it means. This ain't hard, y'all, because it said it's not grievous. Let's read some more of that Sirach.
All wisdom cometh from the Most High. And is with him forever.
How long is it with him?
Forever.
Can't nobody take it from him. Go ahead.
Who can number the sand of the sea? And the drops of rain? And the days of eternity?
Anybody on the planet know what it is? How long did they say the universe is? How many billions of years they say it is?
About 13.
13 billion years?
No, yeah, about 13 billion, something like that.
13 billion?
Billion, 13 billion.
Yeah, so right now, according to their doctrine, if we use that, we're only 6,000 to 12,000 years from Adam and Eve. So if it's that many billion years, we have to get to 100,000 years, and then we have to get another 999,000 years to get to 1 million. We ain't got nowhere near a billion yet. See, it's an endless genealogy we ain't supposed to chase. Y'all understand what I'm saying? Once they throw numbers out there, they're putting numbers out there, they're telling you what the Bible's saying. We ain't got a clue. We telling you a billion years, and we know the oldest person on planet Earth was only 12,000 years old. What the hell are you going to do with a billion years? Who's a billion? We couldn't even get to past Methuselah, 969, and you running a billion years to us and saying that's how long people been on Earth and walking around. What you got to measure a billion years?
And why it take so long to make a toilet?
Boy, look here. Yeah, in a billion years.
That's what I'm talking about, right there.
Boy, that's common sense. What's that? That was some good point, boy. I believe needs some snacks.
See, boy, in days of old, when knights were bold,
yes, sir.
you invented, you left your load upon the road and walked away contented.
Now look, if we had guile in the spirit, we could sell all of that. The best of Zeb's one-liners and Ariel Baxter, all for $19.95. And while at the same time learn of the universe, and when the first toilet was created, we could.
Whether you come on the road or the toilet.
Boy, look there. And people will spend cash dollars because you want to believe a lie.
Don't forget the paper.
That lustful ear don't want to hear from Genesis to Revelation. It wants to get outside of Genesis and Revelation.
That's crazy.
You're locked on the inside of Genesis and Revelation. You can't get outside. I don't care who you study from. They put outside too far for you to reach. They said a light year is this many trillion miles away. What does that do for you? That tells you right there you ain't never going there. But you just keep on. How you gonna keep explaining? And see, you ain't gonna never go there because why do you keep on? How far are the ancestors away then? How many trillion years are they away? If you don't know, then you. Let's read some more, y'all.
Verse 3.
Yeah.
Who can find out the weight of heaven?
Read that again. The what?
Who can find out the height of heaven? And the breadth of the earth? And the deep of wisdom?
So let's get right here and look up the word breath. This is something very important. This is something very important. Somebody give me the word breath. See, it's certain things that he's asking. He's not asking outside the box.
Right.
Y'all, everything he wants us to understand is inside the box. So he just asked the breath of the earth. No, so we need to know breath. So, and it's going to lay something out. What it say, y'all?
Make sure you spell it right now.
Right. Not breath like you breathe.
Bread.
With a D in there. Absolutely, Shamar. Go ahead. Somebody look that up. Who got these smartphones?
Two guys working in.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Who got it?
Wait to put it in front of the screen.
Yeah. What it say? What it say?
Yeah, I got it right here.
What it say?
It says take air into the lungs.
What?
And then
No, that's
exhale.
breath.
man,
No,
you
breath.
It says,
We just said
hey, it
Look,
says
it's bread. It's bread. TH.
the distance or measurement from side to side of something.
The distance or measurements from side to side.
With
If you got flat Earth, you got those measurements. You must have them. There has to be an edge to it. If it's flat, there's an edge, or you're calling Earth the universe, where there's no edge. If the Earth is flat and you're saying it has borders, and that's what you're saying in your doctrine, then the Bible says you can't measure that.
But see, they take from he spread the winds like the four corners, like a blanket.
A corner.
But that- but
a blanket got corners.
That's why they try to.
They got edges too.
They try to affix flat Earth with that being literal. Four corners of the earth, not understand.
Well, this the deal then.
Four corners.
Then the sun has to rise and set somewhere.
Right. And see, this has been my thing. If the earth is flat, and it rises,
don't know, bro.
Well, look,
Rising
when you're
in-
saying you don't know, is you supposed to know.
You
Go ahead,
never
Lice.
don't
Go
know.
ahead.
but if the earth is flat, it rises in the east and sets in the west, right?
Yeah, okay.
Then for it to get back to the east, it has to go around. It has to be seen
Or it's
from
gonna
the
rise
north,
back in the west.
or you're gonna have to see it from the north and the south.
Yeah.
So it has to get back to the west, to the east somehow.
Yeah.
So either it's going back and forth like this, or it's going around like that.
Okay.
So if it's going around a flat earth like that, it's got to be seen in the north and the south at
Yes.
some point.
At some point.
Yes, sir.
At some
It's got to
point.
be seen in the south and the north at some point. How does it get back to the east? To come back and set in the west?
Look, the northern star becomes invisible in the southern hemisphere. You can't see it anymore. You should be able to.
If it was flat, you would.
And not only that,
I'm just asking.
where would night come? Then the sun would shine all the time on the flat earth. Where would night come in at?
Yeah.
You got Isaiah 40.
We're going now.
22.
Yeah, we're going right there.
Oh, okay.
But see, they use that as a platform. We're not. See, there's both sides that we can use scripture. That's why we're technically not going to those scriptures right now. What we're going to is what the Most High as can measure. What can be measured. That way, let the chips lie where they may. Either you gonna realize it's round, square, or flat. And I want to keep throwing in square. Square is in most of the scriptures that flat people use. Flat earth use. They use the word flat. Now, there's nowhere in the Bible that the words flat and earth go together. There is in the Bible where circular and earth are in the same sentence. See, I'm just saying this is what we're saying we can prove. What we're looking for is flat and earth in the same sentence. If you can't find it, and then we say circular and earth in the same system, it can be found. We're going to eliminate both sides so that we don't, like we're trying to lead you. We're going to keep going to what the Most High is asking. It's going to answer either way for whatever side you believe, flat, square, or round. What he asks is going to should get it up here. And that way, it's like we ain't throwing no stones at nobody. We're not saying you can't believe that. What we're talking about is what the Most High say, so we don't make it a doctrine and have people chasing a doctrine, because it's called the what? Flat earth what? Theory or doctrine. There ain't no in the Bible called, ain't nobody teaching the round earth doctrine. There ain't no teachings out there of the round earth doctrine. It's already taken for granted. That's what it is. Flat earth is a whole doctrine now. We're just trying to make sure that if people don't believe it, you say it's sin. That's what we're gonna make sure first, that you cannot be a sinner. So once we get along those lines, we don't want to say you're an idiot or anything because you don't understand that. If we're without knowledge of a subject, that's what ignorance truly means. We want to get knowledge on the subject of a flat earth, and you just can't label it to things that you can't measure. Like it sits on the foundation. We just said the foundation is in the center of the earth. So what's the measurement? Before we move to your next question of the foundation of the earth, where does it sit in the center of earth? How is it bolted down in the center of the earth, and how deep is that?
But they got a cornerstone.
I'm not asking you that. I'm talking about where the foundation of the earth sits. You're talking about on top of the earth. I'm talking about the foundation. He said it's measured from the center of the, like they build a bridge. They beat stakes down so far enough that where a bridge won't move when you're running it across water. I don't care what building, they pound them initial stakes down so far in the earth till they say it's solid. The arch, for instance, is 75 feet deep. 75 feet deep.
I ain't know that.
You know it now? See, so, and it's 600 feet tall. 630 above the earth. So you add 630 and 75 is the length of the arch. And its foundation where it sits full, so can't no wind rock it. Not only this, it's a gateway, so it has some kind of worship power to it because storms go around it and pick up on the other side of the arch. That's why the arch have never been hit with high winds and different things. It's the gateway, so it's a shadow, just like Egypt used certain things to bring light through, and that light hit on the courthouse through the arch opening and hit right on the courthouse. But storms go around the arch and pick back up and go. They never attack the arch. So what we're talking about is foundation is down 75 feet. So what we're asking is the foundation of the earth, you're saying, must be down a certain depth. Do the flat earth know how deep that is? If you don't know, what kind of gown you got on?
Back. Open.
Hospital gown doctrine. Y'all, this all we're saying. We're not talking about them heathens don't know. Well, if you can't answer them, you don't know either. That's why we're going to the Most High. He's asking us, do you know? Right. The hell with what everybody else talking to. 1 billion years is too far to measure. They say carbon dating at best is 30,000 years. How you getting 1 billion out of something that they say can only measure 30 to 50,000 years? Right. How you get 1 billion? Elijah, what new measuring technique are you using? Well, see, if we use carbon dating mixed with a little salt thrown over your shoulder, and then when you put this right here, it'll give you this. Shalom, my dog. Y'all understand what I'm saying? They don't have it. So when you don't have it, then you got us chasing in this genealogy. But what I'm talking about, if it's flat and it's running this way, the breadth of the earth, he said, can you measure that? So if you're saying there's nowhere, if we get in the car and just driving straight on a flat earth, what's stopping us from tipping off the edge, or do the earth run forever? There's somewhere farther than China.
Right. See, that's what I
There's somewhere farther than the west, the north, and the south. If we keep driving, we'll get, and the sign will say, you're now leaving earth, but you're still on flat earth.
Then that's a one-way trip.
You're leaving,
How do you get a
you're
round
leaving
trip?
the countries.
Right, that's
You're
what I'm
right,
saying.
right. Everything comes in full what?
Right.
How do you get a round trip? Then that's just
Leave this
a
area,
one-way trip,
this
ain't
area
it?
is flat.
Look, all we're asking is the question. What are you saying?
They be lying, bro, because if you...
I'm not talking about
Some
if you
flights
go.
you take, you would think you go straight to it in a straight line. Man, they'll take your ass all the way this way.
See, that's what you're saying. They take
Before they
it
take
all
you
over.
where you need to go,
But see, is that conspiracy theory or what? What
you-
does that
have you
mean?
ever met
Look,
Because they don't want you to know.
look. So if they fly you straight, we'll know.
You gonna see.
No, I'm saying what are you gonna? So if they flew straight, you gonna know.
Something you ain't know now.
Okay, so what you're saying is they flown straight and they know it.
Man, they know things you don't know.
I understand that they know things you don't.
They take oaths.
Look, if they take oaths, this Bible tells you all of their oaths are false. I don't care because they're telling you we're not going to tell you. What's in Area 51 that they don't want to know about, bro? I'm not talking about outer space. I'm talking about here on Earth.
Because if they show you,
I'm just asking you this.
He exists.
I'm not talking about that.
There won't be no question.
They know, they claim, they say he exists, even in their Freemasonry
They
doctrine.
don't want you to.
In their Freemasonry doctrine, they say the Almighty exists, and he's going to get us. They tell you that in Freemasonry when you join. You're going to get it at the end. But if you want to enjoy yourself now, come on.
Live your best life.
Live your best life now. They say it in their doctrine. What I'm asking you, bro, is what you're asking me is saying, well, how you know it ain't round? How long we'll do that? How long we do that? We'll do that till next year. How long? And see, but this all I'm saying. If you keep saying to yourself that the devil can hide God's truth, you got to deal with something in your subconscious to believe that in the first place. So what you're saying is possible for the devil to hide the truth. If he don't want you to see Area 51, he could not want you to see you Israel. If he's going to hide, why would he hide what he ain't worried about you? Why wouldn't he hide it here?
Why would they mass produce Bibles?
And why would they mass produce them? Look, if he's hiding something in here, but he doesn't hide anything. What I'm asking you is, everything in here explains everything all over. He's not hiding anything. I don't care about Area 51 or the North Pole where you're talking about he hiding the ice wall. This says he can't hide anything from you. Do you believe that or no? If you believe that, you have to be careful what you let come out of your mouth, what they're hiding. The devil don't hide anything because he can't accuse you if he hide it.
And the
You don't understand your adversary.
Okay.
It just comes down to, do you believe or don't you believe?
Right.
You know, and that's all it is.
Do you believe the devil can hide God's rules and laws and regulations from us? Is it anywhere written? It said he causes you to think that it changed. All he's doing is changing your thought process. He's not changing order or structure. Go ahead right there.
That's all he has to do is enter doubt into your mind.
Okay.
Now we got somebody in the chat got a question. Says, listen to yourself. Rises in the east and sets in the west.
Well, we're gonna read the scripture.
Those are action words. I thought the sun don't move, so how can it rise to anything?
The sun don't move? Who said that?
Go ahead. Let him prove it.
Hold on. I mean, because Brew gave him a script. Then he come back, so the sun revolves around us then.
Look, see what I'm saying? So what he's doing is saying, we're saying what NASA is saying. We ain't never said what NASA's saying. See, it's almost like because we believe in a virgin birth, they say we're pumping Catholicism. The Catholicism virgin birth has nothing to do with the Messiah being sinless. They say Mary is sinless. Don't bring us that NASA stuff. NASA says the earth revolves around the sun and the sun don't move. We ain't never said that. The script say the sun rises and sets. That means it's moving.
Yes, sir.
That's what this says. We're not saying it sits still. We ain't never said that. NASA says that. Not us.
The only time the sun stood still is on the day.
And in the book of Joshua.
That's it.
10th chapter, that's the only time. And NASA records that as the shortest day ever in history. They record the day of 23 hours and something. What you got, bro?
I gave them Isaiah 45:6 that says that they may know that from the rising of the sun and from the west that there is none beside me. So I gave a second witness. You can go ahead.
All throughout the Bible, all it say rising and setting. That's all we're saying. It don't never say the sun sits still, but one place when it sets still for Joshua and them so they could conquer Jericho.
That's it.
That's the only time you see the sun standing still. You see the one time Hezekiah, the sundial moved backwards. It moved backwards for an hour.
Yeah.
But you will never see the sun sitting still, nor have we ever taught the sun sitting still. See, that's how quick you got to watch what somebody is throwing out there, not trying to prove it to them, but what they just said. Who say that, us or NASA? It's on them to find any video we ever recorded that we said the sun stands still, other than in the book of Joshua.
Yes, sir.
And NASA means deceiver. So you gonna take the words of the deceiver.
No, but I'm saying putting that on us like we're teaching NASA. We ain't ever taught the sun sit still. See, I'm talking about how the question was proposed. So y'all saying the sun sit still. Since when have we ever said that in any video?
Who said that?
See, this is what I'm talking about. This is when you listen and look at the question before we give an answer. We got to look at what they charging us with. It's just like, oh, you niggas believe in the virgin birth. That's the Immaculate Conception. No, it ain't. If you Google Wikipedia, the Immaculate Conception, it says Mary is without sin. That's why they say Hail Mary and go rub them beads. They don't say 10 Hail Christ, do they? No. Do they say 10 Hail Jesus? No. Mary is the intercessor in Catholicism. That's the Immaculate Conception. What we teach is the virgin birth. They're two separate things. It's like we do 1 John 5. There's 3 that bear record in heaven. The Trinity is a man-made doctrine to say the Most High is sitting up here by himself, and then he say, I think I'm going to be my son today and go down there and get crucified. Right. But then I say I'm going to be the Holy Spirit one day, Elijah, and then I'm just going to be the Ancient of Days one day. No, it's 3 separate entities that have the same mindset, and this is what we're trying to do today, is that we must be on the same mindset. If any one of the members have a backdoor doctrine and we're under the order of Melchizedek, then that means somebody's sick in this congregation. That's right. Either it's us or it's that individual and he got the healing ointment. And if you got the ointment, you can't do guesswork. Right. You can't say things like them heathens hide and stuff. All that means nothing to us. No. What else could they be hiding in, Lysa?
They hide everything.
Maybe we are monkeys. Is they hiding that from us?
They hide everything.
No, I'm just saying. What are they hiding? Maybe we come from chimpanzees and they're hiding it from us. The reason you run so fast. And the reason you're strong as a bull.
It's a broad spectrum, because when you say
I'm not asking that. I'm just saying when you talk about they hide stuff from us.
Let me say that. When you talk about planets, I don't believe in stuff like that.
Well,
you mentioned that.
I'm saying the Bible says.
Is
the Bible mention it? Does the Bible mention it?
In the scripture.
Does the Bible mention it?
I've never seen it.
Well, see, you've never seen it, so that's why I'm asking you. But we're going to go to that. We'll go to the Amoses and we're going to get into Job 38 so that, see, what I just asked you, for as strong as you came out the gate with that, you should have said, I don't know. See, because you have to look at that first and say, I've already checked the Bible. It's not in there. That's why I'm saying what I'm saying. But when you don't and you say you believe the Bible, you just showed us your gown open.
That's part of what the problem is. People start hearing and reading other things that other men have written, and you haven't proven it to yourself, and then you let it come out your mouth.
Right.
This is what we're talking about.
That mean I just said what he said. That don't mean it's true.
See, those are doctrines of the Pharisees.
Regurgitating a rumor.
This is the biggest rumor. They hiding stuff from us.
You have to watch everything that come out your mouth.
The
and
devil
prove
don't
it to
hide
yourself.
Anything.
Don't just read what somebody said or listen to none of us. Prove it.
Right.
I got a question.
Go ahead.
The scripture that Ariel read earlier, it said the foundations were under the earth.
No. It said the foundations can be measured in the earth. See, so the thing is about, can you measure where it's set? Like when we say, get that example, you beating down the thing so you can build a bridge. You first got to beat that down into what's called bedrock. Mm-hmm. So if the earth has a foundation, there's bedrock somewhere. Where is the bedrock that the foundations are mounted in to secure planet Earth? Where are the bedrocks? Underneath where?
Right. That's the problem.
What's the problem?
That's the mystery.
What's the mystery?
The verse said, if you can search the foundation underneath.
So the mystery is then you got to be careful of what you're saying. Earth is on the foundation, because the next question going to be, where is the foundation at?
But
See, that's all I'm saying. Once you get into something that gonna keep running you in a circle, what you're doing is you're gonna eventually say, I don't know. I don't know. I ain't got a clue. But what did it say right there? Go ahead. What you saying, Rich? Go ahead.
I'm just saying, if it's saying underneath, then that doesn't have anything to do with in the core.
No, it says beneath. Beneath and underneath.
Underneath,
Yeah.
same difference. It doesn't say core though. It nothing about the inner core.
So what I'm talking about is a foundation. What a foundation set on. No matter how you slice it, a foundation must be set in something. Where is the foundation? And it says it's a measurement. If you're saying the foundation sits on planet Earth, there's nothing to measure. It's sitting right on the surface. That's why we get the example of the arch. How deep is the arch legs? Huh?
75.
Okay, see, you passed the test. Everybody else won't pass the test.
Right.
See, you said 75 feet. But it's the foundation. It's the pillars are 75 feet below. That's what's stationary. That's what makes the arch stationary. Everything that has a foundation, bridge have foundations like that. But they must bang them down to the middle of the earth so that they're solid.
The bottom line is only man's creations and man's functions can you find out the breadth and the height thereof, the measurements thereof. Anything that the Most High creates, he creates out of omnipotence. So he's in everything and he's of everything, so he can't be measured.
Yeah.
He's the Ancient of Days. You can't measure his life.
Yeah.
His existence. He's not, you can't measure. He created things from invisible. He created visible from the invisible.
Right.
How do you measure that?
So somewhere, look, even if we look invisible, Elisha, if the earth is sitting still, if right now you said, if the Most High took the blinders off, there's some foundations in the universe that's solid that the earth sits on.
Don't move. That's why
I'm saying, but you can't see that nowhere. How can you prove that? Because earth is in outer space, is that correct?
I don't know where it said.
Come on, bro, you gotta stop that.
I don't know, bro.
I mean, you can't prove gravity.
You can't prove gravity?
No, you can't.
Script don't say
Okay,
outer
so there's, who says there's no gravity in outer space?
space. Do script say outer space? Do it use that word?
See, once we continue this circle, see, there's no ending for it, and this is endless genealogy.
Yes,
See,
sir.
this is why we separated both sides. Look, listen what I'm saying. It don't matter if you're saying it ain't salvation. It's still what you're saying, what you're let coming out of your mouth.
Right.
You're saying certain things about the Bible. This is where they're leading you to. Cannot be examined. So certain things we'll never know because listen what you're saying. You're saying they're hiding it from us. You're saying the answer is there, but those who control the world is hiding it from us. So what you're technically saying is they have power to keep us from knowing what God has provided for us to know.
So they
if that's the case,
That ain't what I'm saying.
But that's what you're saying in essence.
in essence,
Hold on, slow it up, Tito. Slow it up, Tito.
I'm asking you.
We ain't gonna go there, brother. We going about what you let come out your mouth. All right? We gauging by what you let come out your mouth.
Yes.
All right? So what you said is that Satan has power to stop the revealing of the Most High's word or revealing anything unto his children.
Even about earth.
No, he doesn't.
About any of his creation.
No.
So what can he be hiding?
Chemtrails.
Chemtrails. Well, come on, y'all. Let's read some more.
Right,
look here. Yeah. Chemtrails. I can look right up there and see a chemtrail.
Right up. It don't even mean nothing.
I mean, if you can see a chemtrail, he ain't hiding that, right?
Right.
Or those not chemtrails?
Let's go, bro.
See, bro, that's all we're saying.
All this don't even mean nothing.
It means a lot when you let it come out your mouth.
But it might be other groups
Let's
and things
get
like
it.
I think.
Okay,
So
what it say?
Y'all need to clean
Look,
this up.
hold on. Let's just finish up, y'all, and then we'll let the chips fall where they may. Look, so we ain't dealing. We said flat, round, square. So we're gonna let the Most High answer what you choose, and then after the lesson, you choose because we're gonna read what's in here that's not hidden from us.
Right.
That's not hidden. We ain't got to worry about NASA hiding nothing in here, unless you're saying they're hiding it in the Bible too. And I hope you never say that.
I can't do that.
Well, okay then. So we're gonna go by here, and then wherever the chips Let the chips fall where they may. If you still in your heart believe it's flat, then you still do. But what we're talking about is when we ask a question, if they keep going around and you saying, and your final result is they're hiding it, we want to know who is the they with that much power. Because if they're able to do that, then we won't find our way back home. They'll hide the truth from us.
You right, brother.
If they ain't hiding the law, why would they think we'd be concerned about outer space? Or if the earth is flat, what is that really hiding from us? And they won't hide the law of God from us. Which one would be more detrimental to us? Hide the earth is flat or hide God's commandments? Which one is more detrimental? I'm just asking. Everybody in here, which one is more detrimental? Hide the flat earth or hide the law, statutes, and judgments? Because that's the only thing that says it's going to give us life. If they hide that, if they're trying to stop us from having life, don't you think that would be the first thing they do? Is hide the commandments. But the devil don't hide the commandments. He say, there they are. Y'all ain't gonna do them no way. Look, Moses is up there. You niggas just come through the Red Sea. And I'm telling y'all, y'all need to build a calf. We don't know where he at. How we know he ain't lying? Go see how those questions got him to build a golden calf? As soon as Moses came down, he said, I can't believe this.
And they saw miracles.
I cannot believe this. And he broke God's commandment and made them eat it. So it had to be in them. Instead of Jeremiah 31:31, they was forced to drink the law. See, that's what the schoolmaster do. It forces you to drink the law. But when you drink it, it's like bitter then to you. And the law ain't supposed to be like, I just can't stand them bitters.
But it's good for you.
But
I got two Bibles trying to find this script for me about in the book of Enoch. Where,
Well, we're going to deal with Enoch, Elijah. We're going to deal with that with the eclipse. Okay. We're going to deal with that because this is going to be a question. I know they look at Enoch, but the bottom line is Enoch is giving phases of the moon. Enoch tells you in chapter 72 through 80, Enoch going to deal with the sun and the moon. This is what I'm talking about, the roundness of the earth. He deal with that. He tells you they're broken down in 14 lights before the full moon and 14 lights after the full moon. Yeah. But they're crescent moons. And if the moon is casting a shadow on earth, the sun is causing that. And what we're talking about, what is the shape? If it's flat, it would be a flat shadow. The shadow ain't gonna be curved like this unless the disc is turned sideways. Earth then will be turned this way, and everybody will be walking sideways. Or your shadow has to be just like it is. If a shadow hits you right now at 12 noon, it's going to show the shape of you, elongated, look almost just like you in your length and shape. When an eclipse happens, it shows the light shining off of Earth. Between the earth and the moon, the sunlight is causing a shape of the earth, not of the moon.
No, what I was trying to find in the Enoch, I think it's in either chapter 15 or 17. Okay. It's in an early chapter. Okay. But what is breaking down, I'll get it for you. I'll have it for you next Shabbat for sure. Most High willing that I'm here.
Yeah.
But what it breaks down is that after the angels that have fallen, they taught mankind about the different secrets that were up in the heavens. However, the Most High revealed to Enoch that these secrets that they revealed to mankind were corrupt versions of the creation.
That's what they
didn't get the righteous. So what you hearing on YouTube, the information that's been divulged to these followers of Satan, is a corrupt version of the creation. It's not what's actually created in righteousness. The Most High, they came down with a tainted version of creation.
Absolutely.
Of what's in the universe.
Absolutely.
And the stars and the galaxies. So everything that mankind, the disobedience of mankind chasing, that kind of knowledge is a perverted knowledge. So you ain't even obtaining the righteousness of what was revealed.
Right.
That's a corrupt version. So even you thinking that scientists are showing you whatever on YouTube is a perverted version of the righteous creation.
That's right.
He didn't allow them to bring his righteousness and show a perverted version of righteousness.
No, ain't no such thing.
Ain't no such thing. So everything that Satan and his minions revealed unto mankind was a perverted version of the righteousness of the Most High. It wasn't the righteousness of the Most High. They gave a tainted version.
And that's the same thing he done to Eve, didn't it? He said, what tree should you eat? She said, we can eat from this tree. We can't eat from that from you. He said, you can eat from me. But look, he's the bad version.
It's the bad
Look,
version.
it's still two gods. What he talking about is the God who created this God. He said, if you learn from me, the lesser God, I'm going to show you a better way than the God who created me. She said, okay. So still, it's exactly what he's saying.
So that's all it is. So even whatever knowledge you think you are obtaining from whomever you say has all these letters behind their names and they done peeked into the galaxy, they peeked into unrighteousness.
Yeah.
So everything that you think you're learning that's about what you think you higher knowledge, it's not higher knowledge at all. It's dirt knowledge.
I agree with
It's dust knowledge. It's serpent knowledge.
Yes.
So
It's tainted. It cannot save you. It cannot deliver you. That's why the Most High said, peep not into those things. In
Yeah.
2 Colossians, he said, you are complete in him.
yeah,
No need to peek outside of Christ.
yeah.
Everything you need, everything for your salvation is in him. That's why Colossians 2 says, you are complete in him.
That's right.
You don't need to search anywhere else.
Elijah, he say you can number, the Most High say he know all the hairs on your head. He know what's left on Zeb's head.
He said what's left.
Look, he know the number.
I don't even know the number.
Look, that's what I'm saying.
I don't know it, but he knows
It's beyond that.
I
He
know
know
I'm
how
missing a
many
bunch of
left. Because he knows the number of hair follicles in each individual.
Yes,
he
sir.
knows the number, just like he says there's a third of the angels that failed. That means there's a whole number. If 2/3 are left, there's a whole number of angels that he created. But he say they're as the sand of the sea. Can you tell? We can't even tell how much sand over in Carlisle. Let alone Miami Beach or Jamaica.
Well, he keep his numbers right, because a third of my hair go.
Right. So let's get back in this, y'all. We're gonna speed it back up, y'all. It's the 3 o'clock hour. We lost a little time. But y'all, these are the questions what we're talking about. If it started to make you guess and you find yourself saying how we don't know, that's trouble already, because now we're down to a debate. And the debate, nobody can't be right. You have to end up agreeing to disagree. And the Bible don't teach agreeing to disagree. The Bible is foolproof. If Satan can hide anything, he would start with this first. He don't work the other way around. That's what he started with Eve. He hid this from her in a sense, and he didn't really hide it from her. He just told her, don't look at that no more. Look at this. And that's what the devil does. He said, look at this way of how earth was formed. He's not telling you in the Bible. He just said, just look at it from this way. All we're saying is, if flat earth becomes a doctrine and you find yourself saying, well, it does say that, it does say this. And if I say it does say a circle, what we're going to do is keep explaining words. But where we going to end up? Well, you believe it's flat. I believe it's round. He believes it's square. So we have to let the Most High lead us to the point if it's round, square, or flat. Is that cool? Let's get some more. Where we at? Sirach back 1. Y'all, we're going to speed this up. Go ahead.
Sirach chapter 1 verse 4.
Yeah.
Wisdom has been created before all things. And the understanding of prudence from everlasting. The word of Yahweh Most High is the fountain of wisdom. And her ways are everlasting commandments.
So no matter how we do, we keep getting back to commandments. So if Satan is teaching us to break commandments, if the earth is flat or it's round, and he's teaching us to break the law, or he's hiding the law from us concerning how earth was created, then we're home free. Y'all have to understand what I'm saying. If anything's hidden from us by the devil, we can't be judged on it.
Right.
You cannot be judged on it. If he's hiding flat earth, then there's no judgment for it. We ain't worried about that. See, that's no problem for us on Judgment Day, because he hid the truth from us. How is God going to punish us for that? You didn't look deep enough. Now NASA told you.
You mean the deceiver, Father?
Yeah. See, so, and then this guy said that, and then this guy wrote a thesis on it. So the devil didn't hide it from them. He just hid it from the saints. So on Judgment Day, once again, can we be held accountable for not believing the earth is flat? Because the teachers of that doctrine say the truth of it is hidden from us. And we're saying Enoch been up into the heavens, and he said ain't nothing hid from us. If they're going to hide it, all they have to do is get rid of the book of Enoch, your source that's revealing it. It don't make sense. You understand what I'm saying, Elijah? If you still got the information out there that reveals the secret and you go to it, then how did they hide anything? The source you use to prove what you're saying is still out there and available. That must go hiding first for them to hide even the truth, because you're using Enoch to prove flat. They didn't hide it from Enoch. And they ain't hid it from us because we got the book of Enoch, don't we, Elijah? So what's hidden? See, that's why words are so, you got to be so careful what comes off of your tongue, because you're using the very thing to prove your argument that's discounting it.
I accept your correction.
Not my correction, bro. Not my correction. Reproof in the scriptures, in righteousness. I'm not talking about you wrong and I'm right. I'm just saying we got to find the righteous path on this matter.
I'm with you.
We have to find the righteous path. So we're not going to deal with flat, round, or square. We're going to let the scriptures tend your mind. Wherever your mind go after this, then that's what it is. Let's get some more of this, y'all.
Emos was flat, round, and square.
Uh-oh.
All three in one.
What's up? Well, look. When you get through with the crust, what do you do with it? The edge of it.
You fall off?
Okay. Let's get some more. Yeah. Let's get it, y'all.
Verse 6.
Yeah.
To whom had the root of wisdom been revealed?
The what of wisdom?
The root of wisdom.
See, that's the beginning, y'all. See, the Most High keep going back to the beginning. I want you to tell me the beginning of things. If you say something is 1 billion years away, you can't find the beginning. And that's what the devil wants us to believe, is that there's no beginning of God's word. Read some up.
To whom had the root of wisdom been revealed? Or who hath known her wise counsel? Unto whom hath the knowledge of wisdom been made manifest?
Right.
And who hath understood her great experience? There is one wise and greatly to be feared. The Elohim sitting upon his throne.
Can we just all acknowledge that? Flat, round, or square. So once we acknowledge that he said there's one, then we can't have two definitions of what the Lord is saying. Because he said there's one that got all the answers. And nobody should be able to keep secret his answers if he's the Almighty.
Right.
How can Satan become wiser than the Most High? He said he became wise, but it said he became a fool. Let's get some more.
He created her and saw her and numbereth her.
What'd he do?
He created her and saw her and numbereth her and poured her out upon all his works. She is with all flesh according to his gift. And he hath given her to them that love him.
He didn't say she was flesh. He said he gave her to flesh. So it's not a woman like them other doctrines teach, that the Father is here, the Messiah is sitting right there, and Mother Wisdom is sitting right here, Christ's mom. No, it says she ain't flesh. She was created, and he gave her a certain number to be shared with everybody else. No, she's not a woman sitting up there. It ain't never said that. Ever. Is men twisted to mean that. And then they run with one doctrine. See, and then you have to believe that one doctrine. You understand what I'm saying? But it's Pharisee and Sadducee doctrine. They are a combination of wisdom, and they believe in water baptism only. You ask that doctrine who teach that, little Dickie Shepherd now, what about the baptism, them double baptism in Acts 19? He'll hang up on you. He hung up on me and Elijah when we asked him about it. See, so when you get in a doctrine where you stuck in one area and you're asked about this area of the same doctrine and you say, oh, well, that's a problem. It's itching ear because you start to itch. Doing this ain't going to make it come to mind. All you're going to have is keloid ear. Let's get some up.
Verse 11.
Yeah.
The fear of the Lord is honor.
What is it?
The fear of the Lord is honor and glory and gladness. And a crown of rejoicing.
You can't get that if something's hid from you. If you got to work this job and the way to get to the job is hid from you, what's going to happen? Let's read some more.
We rejoicing. What we rejoicing for? I don't know.
We ain't got no job.
Right.
Why you talking about my business? Verse 12.
Yeah.
The fear of the Lord maketh a merry heart, and giveth joy and gladness and long life. Whoso feareth the Most High, it shall go well with him at the last, and he shall find favor in the day of his death.
When he gonna find favor?
Favor in the day of his death.
Notice that it never changed you to live forevermore. It says you're going to die in the flesh. He said, because I give wisdom to the death, but you'll find favor when this flesh dies. But immortality can't die. So he's just telling you you're going to find favor for immortality. Once this dies, it's done, because wisdom can't give flesh life. Or them heathens who already been found that out. Let's get some more. What else say?
To fear the Lord is the beginning of wisdom, and it was created with the faithful in the womb.
What was it created at?
With the faithful in the womb. She has built an everlasting foundation with men.
So where is the foundation of wisdom? Where does it set root in men? Where's the foundation at?
How deep does it go there?
How deep does wisdom go into a man? Where does it set still and the sockets of it are fastened firmly? Wisdom in us. Where does it set firm at? It said the foundation is right here in your belief system. You have to believe here before it moves to here. This must be convinced so that this don't get out of line. See, this, if you start here first, this will have what's called agape love and what's called unconditional love, because this will believe whatever it decides love is. And it runs amok. But this right here, when he charged you with this makes sure this feelings don't get out of line. This by itself is a heart of flesh.
Yeah.
He said, I'm going to remove that heart of flesh from you.
That's stony.
This will say, I feel like it mean that to me. This will. But this right here, this is your heart too. It's your conscious heart. It's what beats. It keeps the thought process alive, because it's what you think in the conscious level. Paul talks about the conscious. Ain't no conscious of the heart like that. It gets its instructions from here, and it makes this either wicked or good. If you think evil, you're going to have a black heart all the time. And black heart will show, because it makes you bend over. That's why witches always are bent over. And mean people always bend over.
What about if you got a bad back?
No, that's a little, but look, you can smile with a bad back. Let's get some more. Where we at?
She has built an everlasting foundation with men, and she shall continue with their seed.
So, and go ahead and read that 16. We're gonna
to
move
fear
on.
the Lord is fullness of wisdom, and fulfilleth men with her fruits.
Okay, so now jump down to 26. Y'all read the rest of it. We're going to do 26 and read on out, because we got to get to a couple more scripts, y'all.
Verse 26.
Yeah.
If thou desire wisdom.
If thou do what?
Desire wisdom.
So this the key, y'all. If you crave wisdom, if you want it, we say we want it. Go ahead.
Keep the commandments.
What did it say again?
Keep the commandments.
So if Satan is hiding anything, he has to hide the commandments. Don't nothing else matter. Him hiding the edge of the earth means what? What law is that?
It's stopping you from falling off, ain't it?
Look at that. Right. He's saving you then. The devil doing good now. And once again, what is he hiding in Area 51? I'm not talking about in outer space. Let's not go that far, the edge of the earth. Let's just go to Area 51. What's in Area 51? A crashed spaceship. Once again, if you believe that the Most High can, his creation can crash a spaceship, then Satan has a grave. There's somewhere on earth we should lie. Here lies Lucifer. He must have a grave. If supernatural can crash, if the angels, look, the angels didn't die. They're still alive, right? They're hanging upside down, waiting on judgment day. But the demons are still alive because they asked the Messiah, have you come to torment us before the time? So what we're saying is then, if you ain't got a demon that you can just readily show to people, you're telling us you got a crashed spaceship of the Most High.
Chariot.
What you have is the corrupt version, like Elijah saying, of what they gave them, a corrupt version of IFOs, identifiable flying objects, that they're trying to do what they call reverse technology. And they're saying we're going to figure out how the Lord makes UFOs to fly at the speed of light. You know what they're called? Stealth bombers. That's all they make. That fly under radar on Earth. You ain't going to never see them because they can't let the enemy see them. So they test them at night from Area 51. That's why you can't go in there. Because if you go in there and get them secrets and you sell them to the Russians, now the battle moves from the Ukraine to over here. It's the stealth bombers. B-1 bombers, that's what they hide. If they got a UFO in there, it ain't hard. What they're keeping secret is the lie they tell it. And they make them take an oath to tell the lie, not to tell the truth. It's the lie they keep. Because the boy called Buzz Aldrin coming out of the courtroom, he said, if you've been to the moon, put your hand where? Where he tell him to put his hand? On the Bible.
He got punched out.
And he got punched out for that.
That's what I'm talking about.
But listen to what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, what is the lie he's keeping? That they've been to the moon? That could be the only lie. They're not keeping anything of God's word from you. They're keeping their lies from you that they're keeping secret. That the devil is a liar. That's what they're keeping secret from you.
Agreement.
They're keeping the devil lies secret.
Yes, sir.
But the Most High said his lies are not secret. If you see him doing this, it's not secret. If you see wickedness, is wickedness secret? Is it anything wicked on the earth? Well, look here. Yes, look. But there's nowhere on earth that wickedness has not been punished or has not been recognized as wickedness. So we're asking, has the devil ever been possible to hide wickedness and it not be exposed by the Most High? That's what we're asking. What you got, Sid?
Can we read this, Sirach chapter 3, verse 21 through 25?
Yeah, so it says we're going to hit that. We're going to run this on out. Let's run this on out, that 126 on out, and then we jump right into that 3. Let's get it. Real quick, y'all. Let's run this 26 through 30. Sirach 1 still. And then we'll go to 3. Go ahead. Sirach 1 and 26.
If thou desire wisdom, keep the commandments, and the Most High shall give her unto thee.
See, so to keep you dumb and not knowing what's going on, he would have to hide the law from you. There's nothing else he could hide. Unless the law is in Area 51. Unless the law is in Antarctica. There's nothing else we're concerned with him hiding from you. Is it?
No.
What else would we be concerned with? Because it's the only thing to give us life.
Right.
So either these are false commandments we're reading, and he's got the real ones hid in Area 51. It's one or the other, ain't it? Let's read some more. Where we at?
For the fear of the Most High is wisdom and instruction, and faith and meekness, and his delight. Distrust not the fear of the Most High, when thou art poor.
See, and this is what he's saying, distrust not. We cannot distrust the Bible. Once things are saying we don't know what they're doing. Once you say that, we know what the wicked are doing because he tells us, watch out for the wicked. I'm going to tell you what they're doing. Once the devil starts telling you, you don't know what I'm doing, it's going to be a problem. Don't believe that Bible. The Bible don't know what I'm doing. God don't know what I'm doing. He didn't know I was finna attack, but you got thrown out. So you're on the losing end talking about victory. It's talking about if I had ate my Wheaties, I wouldn't have been in 5th place. It's like you in the Olympics, the greatest sporting event, so to speak, that they hand out gold medals, and you come in last place. Hell, if I hadn't trained, I'd come in last place. You understand me, Les?
You done came in last and you didn't even know.
But look here, see, this is what I'm talking about.
Everybody was already packed up and gone.
Look, I'm trying to win the race.
Should have them out.
Boy, look here, should
Should
have
have
out.
them
Yeah, go ahead. What you say? Go ahead. We're in the book of Sirach, y'all, chapter 1 in the Apocrypha. Go ahead.
And come not unto him with a double heart.
Not with a double heart. You cannot believe the devil can fool you. Once you say they're hiding anything from us, the Most High says, Judgment Day, I'm going to reveal the secrets of men. He said, I'm going to reveal what you've been hiding, not the devil. He said, I'm going to reveal what you've been doing. He already done told us, I'm going to tell you everything about the devil. I'm going to teach you about him. And I'm going to tell you how to learn his ways and how he's going to attack you. What is the devil hide from us then, Elisha?
No, nothing. No need. Because if you don't believe and you don't know, no need to hide it.
He don't hide the law from church. They just say it's been nailed to the cross. Did he ever hide it? So where did they get the law was nailed to the cross?
It ain't nailed to the cross. It's in their book. It's in their book.
The Bible is the most circularized book on earth. In every language, in every country known to man.
That was a good way you like that. I believe that's a word. Circularized. Elisha saw that. What?
No, Tuba even said circulated.
Yeah.
I like circularized. Yeah, cool. But let's get it, y'all. Let's get it. Yeah, come on. Yeah, no, it ain't no word like that. It is now, though.
Sounded good, though. Yeah, it sounded like it went together.
See, verse 28 matches up with Revelation 2 and 9. Read verse 28 again, brother.
Distrust not the fear of the Most High when thou art poor, and come not unto him with a double heart.
See, Revelation 2 and 9 say the same thing. Though thou suffer poverty and tribulation, you rich. See, you're rich even when you're poor. You understand what I'm saying? Because you can always come up. A poor man with wisdom can always come up. A rich man with foolishness gonna crash and burn. Let's get some more. What it say?
Be not an hypocrite in the sight of men, and take good heed that thou speakest.
What thou?
And take good heed what thou speakest.
And that's all we saying, bro. Take good heed what thou speakest. What you got to let what come out of your mouth. Once you say he's hiding something from us, I'm going to ask the same 2 questions. What is he hiding at the end of the earth, and what's in Area 51? I've asked this all over and over again, and ain't nobody came up with the answer yet. It ain't even been a powwow session. What we going to say when he asks us that again? See, and that's what I'm saying. Once that goes silent, then you have to quit saying that part at least. He's hiding something from us. The government is hiding evil or good is what we're asking. If he's hiding evil, keep it hid.
That's all it is.
If he's hiding evil, keep it hid. See, we don't care about hiding evil. Keep that evil hid. Don't let it come to the light. See, and are they keeping it hid because the light will destroy it?
Have you walked down Martin Luther King?
Boy.
Don't do
it at night.
It is not hid.
Mannequin challenge.
I wouldn't walk down Martin Luther King.
King. Boy, look here. Go ahead. 30.
I ain't gonna go there.
Go ahead.
Verse 30.
Yeah.
Exalt not thyself.
Do what?
Exalt not thyself. Lest thou fall.
That's what Satan did. Oh, go ahead.
And bring dishonor upon thy soul.
Upon thy flesh.
Upon thy soul. And so Yahweh discovers thy secrets.
Look like secrets again, or the secrets of men. on Judgment Day, whether they're good secrets or they're evil secrets. But they're still going to be waiting about. A good secret he's going to expose to you. I saw what you did when you helped that old lady cross the street.
Yeah, I saw you reaching
That
in
wiped
pocket
away
too.
a multitude of sins.
I saw you reaching in
I
pocket
saw
too.
you reach in the coat pocket in the cloakroom and steal that man's lunch money. I saw that. Your secret. You heard him hungry. You heard his belly growling. You
just
didn't
sitting
care.
there, you just sitting there munching. And
Yeah, look at him. Come on. I don't know.
You dropping crumbs.
Yeah, right. He told you to whistle and crackers flew everywhere. So, but you hid it. Go ahead. Where we at?
And cast thee down in the midst. No, I'm gonna read that again.
Okay.
Exalt not thyself, lest thou fall and bring dishonor upon thy soul. And so Yahweh discover thy secrets, and cast thee down in the midst of the congregation, because thou camest not in truth to the fear of the Most High, but thy heart is full of deceit.
So once again, we're talking about the spirit that psalm he started off with. Soul with guile. Flesh will make it say anything. This tongue will say anything. But the thought process that made this tongue say what you said started up here, whether it's secret or not. So since we are not mind readers, we have to be what's called fruit inspectors. Fruits of the Spirit is going to tell you right off as soon as you listen to it. You're like, that got a worm in it.
I smell something.
Yeah, that fruit, that's rotten fruit. It's got, we're fruit inspectors. So soon as off the top, when somebody asks us a question, we're fruit inspector. What fruit is he coming with? Wait a minute, what you mean? This says that. Oh, so you don't believe in the New Testament. So being that fruit is already being inspected like that, the first thing we ask, you believe it from Genesis to Revelation, every word is pure. If you get any backtrack after that, you can't cast pearls before swine. At that point, how can you ever get pure out of the Bible? Because basically now what you're asking me to believe is the devil tampered with half of it. But who you still giving power to, Elijah?
The devil.
The devil! Let's read some more. We finished that?
Yeah, I'm going to read that chapter 3, verse 23 and
24.
25.
18 to 25.
18 to 25.
18 to 25.
Okay, wait. We're going over to chapter 3, the same Sirach.
18
through
18 through 24.
Yeah.
The greater thou art, the more humble thyself.
See what they say? Not exalt yourself. Humble down. The more knowledge you get, humble down. Go ahead.
And thou shalt find favor before the Most High.
So he's saying we can't brag under no circumstance.
Right.
Like Paul didn't brag when he went to the third level of heaven in paradise. He saw some things, and he didn't say those things I can't reveal to y'all. He said the only reason I can't tell you is because I'm still on earth. And I can say some things and I'll go awry. Because I know what's going to happen. If I reveal them, y'all going to ask me to draw a picture of it. And when I do that, that's going to be problems for who?
Yeah.
Let's read some more.
Many are in high place and of renown, but mysteries are revealed unto the meek.
Who a mystery revealed to?
Unto the meek.
So if we want to find out what they hide in Area 51, get meek. Meek don't mean weak. Say Moses was the meekest man on planet Earth. That don't mean weak. You look up weak in the dictionary, one breath it say weak in nature. And the other one say strong in spirit or mild-mannered. Moses was mild-mannered. He sure wasn't weak when that Hebrew was getting beat up by that Egyptian who went in his house and raped that man's wife. And he told Moses, Moses heard about that. He killed them and buried them in the sand. Do a weak man do that?
No.
A meek man would, though, because he viewed it righteousness. Wait a minute, you raping this man and then in front of him, and then you gonna kill him because he finna tell it? No, a meek man would have got to running and trying to make sure his door was locked. I mean, a weak man. What else to say, bro?
For the power of the Most High is great, and he is honored of the lowly. Seek not out things that are too hard for thee. Neither.
Hope you don't say nothing wrong.
Right there, yeah.
Hey Siri, get up out of here.
Yeah.
big black what?
Yeah. Order has been complete, right?
Express shipping.
No.
Go ahead, bro. Yeah, because he was hitting feverishly.
No.
Swipe left, swipe right. He was going up and down. I'm like, wait a minute, you know, Catholic. I thought he was a Catholic up in here. Trying to get it. Go ahead. We just messing with y'all, Mike. Go ahead.
I tried to keep reading.
Go ahead, bro.
Verse 21 again.
Yeah.
Seek not out things that are too hard for thee.
Do what?
Seek not out things that are too hard for thee.
See, so anything that will cause you to say we don't know what they're doing, that's too hard for you. Because you're bailing out at that point. Your bailout point is until we can get a team to go to North Antarctica. When is that going to happen?
It ain't gonna happen.
What group of Negroes can head that way? How much money can Michael Jordan and Oprah Winfrey and Tyler Perry get together with $6 billion and find out what's at the end of the arc? At the end of So why are you seeking out things that's too hard for you? Right. See, and that's what I'm saying. Things that are too hard, you have no answer. That's what he means. If you can't have an answer for it, don't go chasing behind it. Right. Let's get some more.
Neither search the things that are above thy strength.
Do what?
Neither search the things that are above thy strength. But what is commanded thee, think thereupon with reverence.
Do what?
But what is commanded thee, think thereupon with reverence. For it is not needful for thee to see with thine eyes the things that are in secret.
So it's not for you according to law to see certain things.
Right.
If it was, he
So
revealed it to you.
whatever Satan's hiding is according to a law that he don't want to see for you, which you can't see anyway. But he don't know that because he would reveal it. He wouldn't keep it secret. Yeah, to put God down, he would reveal God's secret. He's not on God's team. If y'all understand what I'm saying.
Yeah.
He's not working with the Most High to keep nothing from you. He's going to expose the Most High if he can, so you turn your back on him. Now, if that's in Area 51, then let him keep that secret. Let's read some more. What does it say?
Be not curious in unnecessary matters.
Be what?
Be not curious in unnecessary matters.
Uh-huh.
For more things are showed unto thee than men understand.
See, already what you have is too much for you. See, you can't handle what's on Earth, and now we're in outer space. What the hell is 1 trillion light years? Why should we even think on that?
That's why I was being
The speed of light is 187,000 seconds. Do y'all understand what I'm saying? Per second. The speed of light. If you got a light year, that means you got to add up a minute, which is 60 and then you got to go to an hour, and then you got to go to a day, and then you got to go to months, and then you got to go to year, and you got 10,000 light years. You at 20 million already before you even attempt to do a light year. You so far out there, and then you add 1 trillion of that on top of that. Who can count to 1 trillion? Now, what is 1 trillion? See,
this verse 24 fit all of that.
999 million plus one more is only 1 billion. So 999 billion plus one more billion is 1 trillion. And they're saying that this is 10,000 light years or trillion years away. Why are we even entertaining that? Why do we keep it on the channel and look at that?
Like Judah Black,
Like Judah Black grandfather, if he seen any commercial, he walked by and animals was talking, the TV get turned off and you have to read a book. They didn't watch no cartoons and grandpa was home. They was watching Underdog. He said, turn it off. Read a book.
Ain't no dog saving nobody.
But wait a minute, hold on. a superhero dog that's talking and walking on 2 feet. Turn it off. Get a book.
That ain't the Teddy Pendergrass. Turn it off either.
No, what? Go ahead.
Verse 24.
Yeah.
For many are deceived by their own vain opinion. And an evil suspicion have overthrown their judgment.
See,
That's it.
powerful, sister.
That's deep, ain't it?
But this is already in the word that tells you what's got you thrown off. Because anytime they make you question the Bible, you throw it off. Anytime you're asking a question that you can't answer and you say it's down to the heathen that's being controlled by the devil, he got all the answers. That's a problem right there too. That means we got to go to the devil for the answers. And if the devil is changing things, the devil will get rid of this and this. But he can't get rid of it because he needs it for you on Judgment Day. When he went about Abraham, it wasn't about Abraham being a good servant. It was about Abraham not asking the Most High. In the book of Jasher, he went to the Most High. He said, what you up here for, Satan? To and fro. You looking at Job? I'm looking at Job. Okay, go on, challenge Job. What you looking at now, Satan? I'm looking at Abraham. When Isaac was born, you didn't get invited. He ain't mentioned your name since Isaac been born. He ain't said thank you for Isaac no more. And this is what the devil is telling the Most High about Abraham. And the Most High just looking at him, boy, you are crazy. He like, so he invited the king of this nation. He invited the king of that nation. All the Hebrews round about, because there wasn't no Israelites at the time. Abraham is a Hebrew, but he ain't an Israelite. So everybody in there came around to see who? Isaac. That's what the feast of the weaning that Abraham set up. That's what the devil said. He didn't invite you to the weaning of Isaac. If you come from this country and you come from this country, I'm 100 years old and my wife is 90 and she's suckling a baby, what have you just showed the world? What have you just showed them? Why did the Most High have to be there for that? He said, get out of here with that. And Satan left him. I'll try something else. What about Job? Go ahead, try him. I know, but you can't touch his soul. You know, I don't play soul touching. You can have his flesh because it's marked to death anyway. Okay, go ahead. And he went to work on Job, but he never attempted to touch his consciousness or his soul. That's why when we get into into 38, you're going to see the Most High questioning Job, and it ain't going to be nothing about Satan tempted with his soul. He's got to get busy with Job so he thinks outside the box of why he's suffering. This is spiritual warfare, what you being attacked with. This ain't just cause you ate some bad greens and you sick.
Right.
You've been spiritually attacked.
Right.
This is beyond a physician to help you. You got sores on you. Won't nobody even come around. You stinking worse than anybody ever stank with these kind of sores. Nobody has pity on you but who?
The dog.
The dogs came and licked his sores and healed those wounds, because a dog could lick a gunshot in a week, it'll be healed up. He may still be limping, but there ain't gonna be no hole there.
Right.
If you shoot him in the leg, now in the head is a different story.
that's a whole-
Okay, lick his head. Go ahead. You finished that? Yeah, he went down 25. Huh? You want 25? Okay.
Without eyes thou shalt want light. Profess not the knowledge, therefore, that thou hast not.
See, it's clear instruction.
Meekness is
Don't talk about
all
nothing
the people
you
you talking about was
can't
meek.
explain. Y'all, this is what we're saying.
What
We're
was
not
they
going to
meek?
talk about things we can't explain. It's spinning your wheel, and the only thing you can do, the first thing to do that is to agree that we may not know everything about this. I'm not going to get into a discussion like that, not about the Word of God. Because everything about the Word of God that I let come out of my mouth, I have to be foolproof with it. I can't have on a hospital gown doctrine because you're going to catch me up. I can't do this, I can't do that, because I have instructions already. I have to have on full armor, not half armor with the back open. Let's get some up. We're going to Job 26 and 7. Y'all, these going to be some quick hitters. And then, y'all, once again, y'all, what we're doing is talking about measurements, and we're talking about what will make you come to the understanding, because all the scriptures say, if you can't explain it, it's too far for you. What we can explain is what listed to us and what instructions we got from people who went up into the levels of heaven. Enoch went up there. And what Enoch saw, no matter how we get into the moon, is given for a feast. And what we're talking about is the moon casts a shadow on earth. And when we're watching the moon for feast days, it's the shadow flat. Or is it like this? Now, some people send a thing with the crescent moon under like this. There it is, that's what we want. But it's still curved shaped, it ain't flat. And then the next step, it will have to get full and come all the way down there. It cannot then twist back this way. One day right there, it's upside down. No, let's see where it's at tomorrow. Because it would have to be consistent 30 days and grow from that way.
They put them clouds up there so we couldn't see it tonight.
See, Job 26 and 7. Y'all,
Job, go ahead.
Like all I'm saying, y'all, we just want to stay what we can prove. Y'all, ain't nothing worse than being brought down because of something you can't prove. You know.
And throughout what we was reading in Sirach, it said meekness.
Yeah.
Not making 3-hour videos on what coulda, shoulda, woulda.
Yeah.
That ain't meek.
Go ahead. Where we at?
Job chapter 26, verse 7.
Yeah.
He stretcheth out the north over the empty place, and hangeth the earth upon nothing.
What do he do?
Hangeth the earth upon nothing.
So where's the foundation of the earth if it's hanging on nothing? It says it's hanging. So he created things visible and invisible. So the best you got is to say the invisible foundations or pillars are invisible. We just can't see them. They're going to be revealed to us because we see in Genesis such and such that the foundations will be revealed to men. If you're saying that, we understand it. But if we say the earth hanging on nothing, where's your foundation? I'm just asking those who believe it. Read that again, Elisha.
He stretcheth out the north over the empty place.
Uh-huh.
The north being stretched out over an empty
place. Go ahead.
And then he got a beginning and an end.
Yeah.
And hangeth the earth upon nothing.
What did he do with the earth?
Hangeth it upon nothing.
So that's like if you go to hang up your suit that you wore last night and you think the clothes right there, but it ain't there, and you keep hanging. What that gonna do?
Fall to the floor.
And then when you pick it up and try to do what again?
Hang it
fall to the floor
again.
Unless you keep doing like this and somewhere invisible, a rod show up and you hang it on nothing. You're like, I don't know how it's hanging like that. For one, you ain't gonna be in that house for long. You're gonna be out of there.
That's gonna be
because you're gonna believe it's a
spirit.
demon just like this, with you hanging it on his arm.
Now you scared to open the door.
Look here. So, y'all, this is the question we ask. How does it have a foundation and hangeth on nothing? See, verse 1 starts it all. Start at verse 1 and read down there, like, so let's get a better understanding, because he's asking the same question that's around foundation of the earth. Go ahead, what does it say, Elisha? Start at verse 1.
But Job answered and said, How hast thou helped him that is without power? How savest thou the arm that hath no strength? How hast thou counseled him that hath no wisdom? How hast thou plentifully declared the thing that is?
As it is.
As it is. To whom hast thou uttered words? And whose spirit came from thee? Dead things are formed from under the water, and the inhabitants thereof.
Dead things are formed under the water. Earth came from out of the water. But it was knocked dead in Genesis 1 and 1 and 1 and 2.
That's right.
It became bohu and tohu. So the earth was surrounded in water when it came out, because it came out of water.
Even the solid land has a water table.
So either if the earth is surrounded, right, if the earth is surrounded in water because it came out of water. So where is the foundation of the earth coming out of water? What was it fastened to? Y'all ever wonder how an island hold all those people and why a piece of broke off is still so thick? New York is an island.
Manhattan, yeah, it's made out of trash.
Yeah. But it's an island though. When you look at it, it's surrounded by water. It's got buildings on top of it. They build bridges on it. So even a piece of earth that breaks off and water slides through. If you actually look at planet Earth from like that, it'll fit together back like a puzzle whole. It's when these chaotic things happen for evil that it breaks apart and it causes rivers to come through and seas and different things, and it separates parts of earth from itself. But earth, remember, there was no water on the ground. It was solid earth. It was no rivers running through. Wasn't no Mississippi rivers or nothing. Waters came out to water the ocean, but before, when they sit like that, it was solid. Earth was solid. One land mass. Now, if you start your argument there with the flat earth, maybe you would have something. But you can't start after Genesis 1:1. That's the only problem. Genesis 1:1 and the great flood.
Brother Abai in the chat said the earth is flat according to the scripture Isaiah 40:22.
40 and 22, the earth is flat. See, once again, once again, y'all, we're going to get there. We're going to read that. This is the problem, y'all. There's no two scriptures you can put together of earth and flat together.
Give us a second witness too.
Right.
What we can put together is round earth. That's what we can keep putting together. What I'm saying is what we're looking for, and you get two scriptures, earth and circle. What we're looking for is earth and flat. Yep. Is there's two scriptures? Is those two words anywhere in the Bible, or do we have to add that?
And then we got earth and circuit, which is circle.
Yeah.
See, so no, we're going to keep getting to them, like we're going to get to them. But what we're asking is there any scriptures, two of them, flat and earth?
Give it to us now.
Give it to us now. Because we finna go over round consistently. We finna go over those. So we're cool on why we believe what we believe. We're just asking before we take that doctrine on. Just show us if you're coming out of the scripture, because you're showing us round scriptures that you're saying is flat. Right here, the same person that asked that.
It started out saying circle.
That's what I said.
Say that's what I'm saying.
It circle in the beginning of the verse.
So now earth is on the dome. Where we get that from? The firmament? Well, look, if you got a dome on the top, you got to have a dome on the bottom, because it says there's as much water underneath. The firmament was split. So where is the other part of the split at? If you got the dome holding the water up here, where's the dome holding the water? Because remember the flood, where did the waters come from underneath? Where did them waters come from?
Underneath the earth.
Underneath the earth. So there must be a dome underneath which will make a globe on it.
Right.
You got a dome on top, you got a dome on the bottom. Where did the waters come from underneath?
Did you say the earth was sitting on the waters in Genesis?
It says the firmament, he said he split it. There's as much water under the earth as it is above it. He split the firmament. So when the flood happened, it said the gates of the waters beneath opened up and all the water shot up. You get a perfect example of that. If we get a downpour in 2 hours, we get like 10 inches of rain in 2 hours. Guess what's going to come up in your basement? Flood waters. You know why? Because it has nowhere else to go. Now understand, when the flood happened, there was no sewer systems. It says the fountains of the deep opened up. What are the fountains of the deep?
What you said.
So what's containing them and holding the waters in the deep? If you got a dome up here, you got to have a dome down here. Two domes make a what? I'm just asking y'all. And even though you read that Isaiah 40, we in this Job 26, it hangeth on nothing. That's all we asking. What is the nothing? Is it invisible pillars that are going to be revealed to us on the day of judgment? You're going to see how the earth sits on nothing. Is it going to be that day we're going to find on that? All we're asking is this. We're asking this same scripture to anybody. Can anybody in here who believe that ask us what is hanging on nothing? Even if you're contemplating it, and it ain't no stab, we ain't pointing no fingers at nobody. If you even contemplate it, what is the earth hanging on nothing? What does that mean? How do you have a foundation hanging on nothing? Can you build a skyscraper in midair? Huh? Can we drive a car in midair? They laughing at it. See, they know that. Let's read some more, y'all. Go ahead. Where you at, y'all? We're going to speed this up, y'all. We got about a half hour. Go ahead.
What verse did let him up at?
3.
Oh,
you was down there
coming
for
back.
No, yeah.
Can we
verse
start at
6.
the beginning?
Verse 6.
Verse 6. Hell is naked before him.
What is hell?
Naked before him. And destruction hath no covering.
Destruction have no covering. See, y'all, these are the invisible things he's talking about. If you would even just say, well, the pillars are hanging, they're invisible, will be revealed to us at this time. But you can't go flat and then the earth is hanging on nothing and this Job stop you in your tracks. I'm just asking to all, can anybody type in the make-believe fire? Somebody on there watching is believing it. The guy that just answered, tell us Job 26:7. Just explain to us what that means. Because see, this is one of the round ones that we look at it because it's hanging in outer space. Like all the other planets are hanging in outer space.
And if that's the case, then all of them are flat.
Right.
So
Every
we got
one of
a universe of discs.
Yeah.
Sister Naomi, can you read that, or Brother Aria, can you read that what he just put in there?
Who?
26.
Abaya.
Is he?
That's the one that asked the question. That's the one that made the statement.
What'd he say? Read it to us, man. What'd he say?
The definition of circle says, submit now a round, plane figure whose boundary, the circumference, consists of points equidistant from a fixed point, plania, flat surface.
From a plenteous flat surface. Circle.
Plania, P-L-A-N-E-A. But yeah.
Because you can only measure it from that perspective. You have to lay it out so you can measure from this way to this way, this way. The only problem is what's moving around that. If the sun rises at 12 noon, it has to be 12 noon all over the world. You cannot get 12 noon over here if the world is flat.
Right.
When the sun gets to its highest point, how is it at its highest point and part of you are over here in the flat lane?
And why don't that verse just say it's a flat?
Look, it's the center point of the sun. If the sun has a 12 noon spot, if it rises in the east, that's a 6 a.m. spot on planet Earth. It should be dark everywhere else. But when it reaches noontime, it has to be everywhere on planet Earth must be 12 noon at the same time.
How hard is that?
Will be different.
It's very hard for some people.
Will be no time.
It wouldn't be no time zones. You wouldn't have Central Standard Time and Western Standard Time. California is 2 hours behind us. At 12 noon here, it's 10 a.m. there. The sun is not sitting straight up in California. And that's just on this western hemisphere. Now we're talking about the entire planet Earth.
So how is it light on one side and dark on the other? How is it
at 12 noon?
At 12 noon. Come on.
That's why when Christ come back, he say no need for the moon and the sun. Every part of planet Earth will be lit up. Every part will be lit. The sun and the moon weren't created to the fourth day. It's to control the daylight hours and the night hours. So listen to this. Somewhere in the day, it's light all the time, and somewhere it's night. But noontime, it should be equal for everybody.
Everybody.
Why the sky red when the sun go down?
Oh, shit.
That's what I'm talking about.
Look,
Why you up?
hold on. Have you ever researched why it's red when the sun go down? That's our question. Look, hold on. I don't know.
I don't need to.
What? You asked the question though.
Stop it.
So if both you and I don't know why it's red, then what happened? But look, we can go to the Matthew when the Most High asked. He said, y'all can determine why the sun goes down. I'm going to tell you this, but you can't answer that. See how we continue to go in the thing? Look, you're asking a question to help you believe what you really don't believe. Because if you ask us and we say we don't know, what you gonna say? I don't know either. So what we got? Numbskulls.
Y'all need to stop smoking that
No,
shit.
no, I'm saying. No, I'm saying at that point, who do we say is right? Who do a naysayer gonna believe? I don't know the question you just asked me. Do you know the question you just asked? Hell, I don't know. That's why I'm asking you. But both of y'all got different understanding. You don't understand what you asking. He don't understand what you asking. What are y'all trying to say? What do we do about the individual?
got several people that don't understand that.
Slow it up. What'd you say, Tuba?
So we got several people in the chat that believe the earth is flat and feel like we don't know what we talking about. We got Yankees.
That's fine.
We don't have no problem like that.
What does that
All
change
we're
in the
saying
end?
is the scriptures that you're using. We have a problem. We just asking about Job 26:7. We're going there. Y'all keep sticking on Isaiah 40. Job 26:7 because you use foundation. We're not using it from there. We're using earth hangs in nothing. So we're saying earth is in outer space. Earth is in outer space.
How does it change Judgment Day?
The fact y'all says, no, this is why you should know the topic you're trying to dismantle. The sun doesn't move that way. You don't understand the description in Enoch.
I'm just asking you about Job 26:7. Look, you know how, see how we keep running around? I'm asking you one question that will stop us from believing around. What does Job 26:7 mean?
Are they all having a smoke session together?
I've been asking that since we read it. What does it mean? What does it mean?
Can we get that answer? Yeah.
Just ask out there too, by anybody that asking them flat questions, just tell them to ask us
Can
for
you
Job
explain
26.
Job 26:7?
Yeah.
I just typed it in there.
And while they trying to figure that out, let's keep moving.
That might be a kabbalah answer.
No, we're going to get to some more we're going to have to ask about. Go ahead. When we get to Ecclesiasticus and Job 38 and Sirach 43, and then we're going to get to Luke 17, we're going to have some more questions.
The sun doesn't go down.
Oh, that's some
Just
questions,
vanishes.
boy. They got a lot to answer.
Let's get some more. Let's finish this up. Go ahead, Elisha.
Okay. Verse 8.
Yeah.
He bindeth up the waters in his thick cloud, and the cloud is not rent under them. He holdeth back the face of his throne, and spreadeth his cloud upon it. He hath compassed the waters with bounds, until the day and night come to an end.
So right here, the waters have been compassed. So if they are blocked and you can't get to the end, the second coming, we're going to see it. Or is this saying something different? If you believe in that doctrine. Because it says that, read that verse again.
He hath compassed the waters with bounds, until the day and night come to an end.
Until day and night comes to an end, when there's no more need for the sun and the moon. Day and night, the sun and the moon going to cease. So whatever you going to see, true light going to be revealed. We're going to see what the earth is hanging on. We're going to see the foundation. If you say in your doctrine of flat earth, then y'all, we're going to see those invisible things, what the earth is sitting on. And saying, we understand that, but we can't play guessing game. We can't say they're hiding it from us, because we can play that too. No, see, they hiding it from y'all. They really don't want y'all to know it's on the circle. So that's why y'all chasing fire. See, the devil put them people out there to trick y'all. Well, how far is that going to go with us saying that, Elisha? What we're asking is Job 26:7. You just cleared that up for us, because we can't believe the ones you're pulling if you don't do all of them. You got to do both sides of the coin so we're complete. So at least we can answer it if somebody asks us it. What they ask now? Did they get 26:7 yet?
No,
we ain't worried about nothing else. Let's keep going. Let's keep going.
Verse 11.
Yeah.
The pillars of heaven tremble and are astonished at his reproof.
The pillars of heaven. So now heaven got pillars. What are pillars?
Columns, like they hold stuff.
What do they do? So they're saying there's support beams. So there's support beams of the throne of God somewhere. Where are those support beams in the universe? So when we do this and we don't know, how are we going to even do it about earth?
That's why he say you're on the earth, he's up in heaven.
See, this is what we're talking about. See, like in heaven, like on earth.
Right.
So in heaven. If there's pillars on earth, there's pillars in heaven.
Yep.
So what are the heavenly ones sitting on?
If thou can tell.
If thou can tell. See, we're not just looking at one part, it's always two parts. It's like when Christians say he nailed the Christianity doctrine, say he nailed the law to the cross. But that scripture has two parts. It say the law and the prophets. Did he nail the prophet part to the cross? Because then Isaiah 66 goes away. Zephaniah 3 goes away.
Prophecy.
Zechariah 14 goes away. But they only give you one part. So quit giving us flat earth until you answer these about heaven, because it's saying they're sitting on the same pillars, ain't it?
Yep.
Can we explain the pillars up there? We can't even explain the pillars down here. What earth is sitting on.
Be not curious in unnecessary matters.
Let's read some more.
Verse 12.
Yeah.
He divided the sea with his power. And by his understanding he smiteth through the proud.
Let me tell you something about how he divided by the sea. This is what I want them to answer. The Atlantic and the Pacific Ocean comes together. There's an invisible land border there. If you're on a cruise ship, you can Google it right now. Somebody Google Atlantic and Pacific waters, the barrier. And you're going to see lighter water, crystal blue, and dark water stopping each other. They will not cross over.
Don't matter what you do.
Google it right now. If we can't answer what we can readily see, how are we going to talk about invisible things?
Right.
Google right now. Somebody please use these smartphones. Atlantic and Pacific Ocean, the barrier that come between. And you're going to see two different color waters that will not cross over.
Meet, and there's a line that goes right through it. And they will not
If a
cross
boat go
over
through it, it will not break the line.
That's all.
Did anybody understand that? Did anybody Google that yet?
That's all.
And what we're talking about is the mystery of it.
But I'm saying all of them do that. None of the oceans, when they meet, they don't meet.
They don't mingle because they're
Because
by
what we just
order.
read, he said he set the bounds.
That's it.
That they don't cross.
So what we're looking for is the bounds that are flat. If they don't cross, it should be readily available just like that so we can see. That's the truth of the Lord. The waters don't go where they're supposed to go to. So either there's a bound at the edge, and like they say, there's an ice wall there that the water can't break through. Well, the problem going to be, they say, it's global warming happening. The water going to spill out and everybody going to drown out. If all the water drops off into outer space or under the earth, what we going to do then with global warming? They talking that too, ain't they? Global warming going to warm up all the icebergs. Do you understand that's why we're getting floods from Alaska now? It's busting the ozone layer open, so with every time they send a rocket, it busts the ozone layer, and we get a heat blast down here that melts icebergs. So now you got flooding in areas that you didn't have before. So it's bringing the waters, it's forcing them to cross their boundary with what they're doing wickedly, keep shooting rockets up there. So now you got flood waters in places you won't. But you know what won't cross lines? That Atlantic and Pacific. Has anybody Googled that yet? You got it. Well, look right there. Look right there. Bring that up here.
Green and blue.
Get that to 2 by.
Yes, sir, please.
Yeah, I saw that where the waters won't mix.
Show that on the
I
screen.
saw a guy who was actually on a boat filming it.
That's what that is.
In action.
That's what that is. So y'all, what we want to do before we get into invisible things, can we explain this? That we can see with these eyes. Before we start talking about pillars we can't see.
Break it down.
And foundation we can't see. Y'all see that?
Break it down to us.
See, y'all, these are the angles we already went to lean toward the side. We're not saying y'all wrong. What we're saying is the parts that we're explaining. If you still don't have nothing for Job 26 and 7, we're wasting our time.
They want to know if you can explain Isaiah 40.
But you won't
We
explain
going there,
what
we
we
going
asked
there.
you.
Look,
See,
we
stop
going there.
the
Look, we
foolishness.
going to explain it. We're going there. It's on the list.
No, but see, this is the game of the ones that can't prove themselves. See, that you want us to prove everything that we're saying, but prove your point.
What's
Now we bringing forth everything that we're talking about according to these scriptures. You brought us one script, and we asked you one question. We asked you one question. Answer this, but you can't answer this So you want to move to what you think you know.
Right.
And you still ain't got a second witness to that.
Right.
So stop playing games and play by the rules.
There you go.
Well,
Close your mouth.
Yes, sir. You got a lesson on that, Lysa, don't you?
Go like
I tell you what, y'all, let's move on, y'all, because we want to run through these quick. We got to get on out of here. Ecclesiastes chapter 1. Y'all, what we're talking about, if it's flat, it's got to prevent the water from falling off. What is preventing the waters from falling off in outer space? Because the earth is surrounded by water. Ain't no question about that.
Do the earth sit on the water though? Because when I was reading Genesis 1:1, right? I mean Genesis chapter 1, he said he called the earth out of the water.
That's what he did.
He said he called the water.
So it said the waters abated. Just like when Noah got off the ark, it's the same thing. He sent them out to see if the waters were abated. But they covered up the earth.
So it's not floating on like the water. The earth is not like floating on water.
Its foundation is fixed. That's why he adds the depth of it. How deep does the earth go before you can determine if it's sitting on water? It is sitting on water. You know why? Because he split the firmament.
Above and below.
Above and below. It's floating on water.
So
This the bottom line though. But it has a border. If it says the waters won't leave their border, what's keeping the water from flowing off the edge? No, I'm saying, but how far does the firmament stretch out? Look, because you still got to get the firmament. If it rain here, can it rain all over the world at the same time? Can it? Can it rain all over the world at the same time?
At the same time, yeah, he did it before.
So if it can do that all over the world at the same time, there's nothing holding technically it back. If it rains like that, what's going to happen to the water that's already on earth? It won't go over the wall. I mean, flood waters on earth come over your wall in your house. I'm just asking, what prevents it from rising if we get a downpour from the firmament above? What keeps the waters from flowing over that ice wall that's in the flat earth doctrine?
right, we'll keep it all in.
What keeps it all in? Does it get deeper? Does it get deeper as go ahead, bro.
Y'all needs walking the chest said it's the Most High.
See, now it's the Most High. Yeah, it's the Most High. That's why the earth hangeth on nothing. That's the Most High.
Sister, hold on, who was that? Somebody answered that Job, I think it was Zephaniah.
What'd he say?
Zephaniah, that Job 26 and 7.
What'd it say?
Zephaniah, I'm sorry. Was saying Job 26 and 7 is talking about the waters above and below surrounding the earth.
What are we just saying? We just saying that. Thank you, bro. Thank you. That's a thank you. Because it's saying what we're saying.
Right.
Earth is sitting on, it's like a ball you drop in the toilet. Well, no, we can't use that as an example.
Please don't use that.
But what we're saying is,
drop in pure water.
pure water, but you know, you have to drop it like, when it sits on top of the waters underneath, it's just sitting on those, right? The firmament above, but this is what we're talking about. It could be that same space under the bottom of the earth that it is from the earth to the heavens, underneath.
So you saying it's like a snowball? One of them little glass balls?
Snow globe.
That still got a bottom though. That's still a dome. That's just one dome.
But that would be like this thing would be like your firmament, and you got the little earth sitting inside of that firmament.
In the dead center of it. What they call the core of the earth is called core. See, the core will dissipate, but it don't stop the heavens. It's just exposing the heaven that where if rain comes down, where does that rain come from? Where does rain come from? What unleashes rain on earth? It's not in clouds. The clouds soak up the water and release, but I'm saying when a downpour happens, and when it rains and there's no clouds in the sky, know what we say to
Devil beating his
the
wife.
devil beating his wife because we ain't got an answer. The sun is shining and it's raining. So the rain ain't in the cloud water. So what we come up with, a fairy tale. The devil's whooping his wife's ass. I wonder what she did this time. Maybe she had Zach's fan running out the back door. Maybe Beelzebub was getting a little something and he beating her ass again because it's raining with the sun out. You see what we reduced to, life?
Right.
What I'm saying is he said he split the firmament. He said he split the waters. So earth is in the middle of those firmaments, both up and down. we have to still deal with Sheol. There's graves underneath what we're talking about, people walking around down there. Christ went to hell when he resurrected. He went there first before he went to the paradise with the thief. What is Sheol? That there's living souls down there.
And then if the earth is flat, then Sheol will be, you might fall out of the earth, wouldn't you? If it's at the bottom, if you've been buried under a flat earth, won't you fall down in the abyss? Won't you fall?
This the bottom line. It said the angels are hanging upside down. What are the angels hanging on? What's the hook on their leg? What is it hanging to? I'm just asking, bro.
He's saying they bound.
See, that's what I'm saying, because one word say something. We could play that word game all day. We can keep running things that are hanging on nothing. Angels are hanging on nothing in the third. That's what it's saying. That's what Enoch saw. He said they're hanging upside down on nothing.
Well, Abias says there's no such thing as planets. Where's planets in the scripture?
We'll get to it. We're finna get to the 38th.
Come on.
No such thing as planets.
See, and when you're talking about no such things as planets,
You ain't gonna get no second witness because it ain't no second witness.
so when we're saying planets, okay, so you said, so there's no such thing as Monday.
Well, look,
Listen to what I'm saying. There's no such thing as Tuesday.
okay.
What are they really?
Day one, day two.
So what
That
are
would be
planets
day 3 and
really?
day
So
4.
what are planets really called? Ordinances? No, what do you call the sun and the moon?
Day 2.
In Jeremiah 31,
They gotta
31.
work their
What do he say they are?
Ordinance.
They say he said ordinances. He said also the stars are ordinances, right? So if he's giving it a title, what there are out of space, where we at? It's still the same question. What do you call his ordinances? You ain't got to call them planets. They call them planets. They call Jupiter this. They call this that. What you're saying, if you're titling us to the word planet, then we'll use what the Bible says. Pleiades and Orion. Look up me them two words, and then we'll find planet. Go ahead, and then we'll see if the world calls it planet. You understand what I'm saying? If the world calls it planet, and we use the word planet, and you say, well, the Bible don't say planet. The Bible don't say a lot of things that we say.
Right. The Bible do use the word planet, though.
It does in Amos.
Yeah.
Is it in Amos?
In 1 Kings, he talk about how to
2 Kings 23.
Yeah,
2 Kings 23 use the word planet. See, this is where we was going to go.
Let's get it.
No, we're going to get it after we get to where we're going. We ain't going to jump the gun. We're setting this up.
Okay.
See, so when we charge the hill,
There you go.
we charge it like the Hebrews did after David threw that stone in Goliath's forehead. Then
That's
we
right.
coming out charged.
That's right.
We ain't going to charge just yet.
Okay.
Can't show our flanks. Let's get some more.
I'm sure okay.
No, we're gonna cut off all escape routes.
Yes, sir.
Ecclesiastes chapter 1. Yo, we're going to run through these and then we're going to close on out.
Ecclesiastes chapter 1, verse what?
Verse 5 through 11.
5 through 11.
That's in the Bible. Did we say that right? Ecclesiastes.
Ecclesiastes.
What chapter and verse, Dan?
Chapter 1, verse 5.
5 through 11. Y'all, and this ain't no contest, y'all. We're not saying we're right and y'all wrong. What we have to do is be able to prove what we can. That's all we're saying. We can prove what we're saying because we're going to go to the walls of earth hanging on nothing. It's not a foundation problem for us. It's a foundation problem for y'all. Because you're looking for a seat, a permanent seat space that cannot be explained.
Can't see it. That's the explanation.
Yeah, but still, what does that do for me? What if I tell you, look, you know, right there, you don't see that? Look, hold on, man. You mean to tell me you don't see Joseph sitting right there? You can't see Joseph? See, look how he looked over. They got a people. Look, he look like this. He said, wait a minute. See, but then you would think I'm crazy. I see things that, right.
You supposed to see it. I ain't supposed to see it.
So in like manner, if we can't see it, just at least say we can't see it. Go ahead. Where we at, y'all? Let's get this real quick, y'all. We got to speed this up.
Ecclesiastes chapter 1, verse 5.
Yeah.
The sun also ariseth, and the sun goeth down.
What the sun do?
Ariseth and goeth down.
So the sun rises and goes down. So if it does that, then for it to come back to the east, then the sun has to rise in the west again. If it's a flat earth, look, if it rises in the east and it sets in the west, it has to come back in the west and go back to the east if it's a flat earth. That's the only way you can get it. It has to rise back in the west. So how's it going to get back to the east?
That's what I'm saying.
It's going to haste in the next verse. Read that next verse.
Go ahead.
But how do it haste?
No, listen what I'm saying. Listen what I'm saying. It says it goes from the east and sets in the west. It goes down in the west. How does it come back up in the east the next day?
And that's the question I posed.
What does hasten mean?
It's going to boogie there.
Oh.
I mean, how is it going to look? So no. We can't tell you. You said
that's the question, but I gotta tell you your question.
Look, she put out a jam boogie oogie oogie. So I don't know what that means.
He gonna hustle back to where he started.
So how does
it
it
still
hustle
has
back?
to be a route?
The bottom line is this: if it does that, someone still is going to see it rising from the west and going and setting in the east. It's got to be seen. So you telling me for it to do that, everybody sleep at that time, and everybody wakes up all of a sudden and see it coming from the east, setting back in the west?
Right.
So if it's flat, what we asking is, how does it come? Does it rise back from the west and set back in the east and go back and forth like that?
Yeah.
Or if not
it's making a complete circle.
if it's not doing that, then it has to come up and go around this way.
Yeah,
so it has to be. Oh my God!
That's what I was thinking.
Look. If you go that way, then it's circling the earth. You can't have 12 noon in, because it's on the side of the earth.
It's gonna stay light, a daylight. If it's going this way, it's not going down. It's staying up. So it's got to be seen from the north and the south at some point of the day.
If it's going that way, you got to have north light up sometime and south got to light up. But look, just think about this again. If it's a globe and the sun goes down, it makes its full turn because it's outside of planet Earth. All we trying to say, y'all, just look at it from a position. We're going to read these last four. We're going to move on. I'm going to get you, Stephen. If the earth is sitting like this in outer space, the earth is, and see, this is what we're saying. When we say gravity, whatever the Most High, the word is to suck everything to the core, because how do the water stay in their bound? There's something that keeps everything pulled to the center. It will not leave. It has to come back. Look, when the earth goes out in a tsunami in Thailand, y'all can see this, it'll rush in 3 miles into Thailand, and it drags everything back out in the earth. Something is sucking the water back out. With the suction, it's so powerful, it pulls buildings, it pulls cars, it pulls everything back into the ocean. What is that suction power? If you don't call it gravity, all we need to know is what the Most High call suction power. Because everything has to come back. A rocket go up, it's going to come back to earth. It's pulling it back down. Outer space, or whatever we say, it doesn't have that suction power. It's not that to hold everything, to keep everything bound down there. It's not the same up there. That's what we're talking about. So if it's a complete globe, like they always say, if you go straight down, you end up in China. Mm-hmm. Why do you think they say that? You don't know? But it's a reason why they say that. For the earth to make a full circle, it's got to go full circle for it to rise up and down. And then it hastens on this part, comes back up, and it starts again right there. We'll start the day again right here. But the sun has to make a complete revolution. That's when the moon comes out from the east. While the sun's over here making its haste back, like you're saying, the moon takes off then. And when the seasons change, when the equinox, you may see both of them at the same time. But it's because of a seasonal change. It lets you know about the seasons if you don't have a calendar. What season you're in. You're saying we're in the equinox. It happens twice a year. The time is perfectly equal. Everything could be answered. But we got the problem of the sun sitting in the west. How does it then come back over here? Blind side, we can't see it. What prevents us from seeing the sun hastening back? Is it the light of the moon? It can't be, because the moon gets its light from the sun.
Oh, shit. don't want to smoke none of y'all smoke.
Regardless of what happens, we got to account for the sun getting back to the east. No matter how we slice it, we have to account for the sun starting over in the east. Y'all, let's get this caught up, y'all. Where we at?
Y'all can keep that shit when y'all choking on it.
Go ahead. What you got, Stephen? Sorry about that, Stephen. Go ahead. Go ahead. Ecclesiastes 1, 5 through 11.
Where I'm at 6.
Yeah.
The wind goeth toward the south, and turneth about unto the north. It whirleth about continually, and the wind returneth again according to his circuits.
See, so now according to his what?
Circuits.
What are circuits?
That's all.
See, but look, notice what it says the wind does. Look, the wind does what you're saying the sun is doing, going around the earth. The wind don't do north, east, and west. The wind makes a complete turn around planet Earth. The wind does that. That's what does that, not the sun. According to this, ain't that what you just read? Read it again, Lyson.
The wind goeth toward the south and turneth about unto the north. It whirleth about continually, and the wind returneth again according to his circuits.
According to its circuits. Did anybody look up circuits? Let's read some more. Let's keep going. We ain't got to worry about that. You down
All
there,
the
verse
rivers,
11?
verse 7.
Yeah.
All the rivers run into the sea, yet the sea is not full.
Oh, we got a problem right here. What's contained in all the waters? All the waters run into the sea, but yet the sea is not full. If you turn open the bathtub and plug the bathtub, will the waters keep running, but it won't go over the top of the tub? Or will you come home and need Stanley in there? The wetback group.
Right.
Or will the waters just stay at the tub and you be like this? Damn, both faucets, I got cold in and hot on, but it won't go past. I'm sitting here watching the water come out, but it won't go past the tub. That would be wonderful for us if that could happen, Elijah. It'll save a lot of problems for us. We know. Let's keep reading.
It says all the rivers run into the sea, yet the sea is not full.
Yet the sea is not what?
Full.
How does that happen? Go ahead.
Unto the place from whence the rivers come, thither they return again.
So, where they come from Jerusalem. That's where they started. The rivers first came out of Jerusalem, and it watered the whole earth. So they're going to circle back around to Jerusalem. That's where they started. The river Hickadale, the river Gihon, all of them came from the land of Canaan, or what we call Jerusalem, and watered planet Earth. But it's more symbolic, telling you how the waters of life, he's the waters of life. Everything comes from Jerusalem and waters everywhere.
Every nation.
It's technically symbolic, but that's where the rivers first started, where the purest water come from Jerusalem.
The waters of life.
Look, ain't nowhere else you can dip yourself in water and it heal you but from Jerusalem. What was the pool of? The pool of what? Shalom. The Dead Sea. You put all that's coming from there. Healing power. Can we jump in the Mississippi River?
You shouldn't do it.
And my arm will be paralyzed.
You're gonna be oppressed.
Job 38, y'all. Y'all, we gonna get this and y'all we're gonna close on out and we just finish it with the same questions we asked. Job 38 and 1.
Job chapter 38 verse 1.
Got it. Go ahead. Yeah. That's J-O-B, ain't it? Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. 38 and 1.
Job 38 and 1.
Uh-huh.
Then the Most High answered Job out of the whirlwind and said.
See, so how's the whirlwind go?
Counterclockwise.
Okay. However you're saying, it's in a circle though, ain't it? Okay. But seriously, he's still answering them out of things that circle. Go ahead. What else to say?
Who is this that darkeneth counsel by words without knowledge?
He asking you, who told you this foolishness? Who got you into 2:10? Strange doctrine. Job, who got you into the counsel with no knowledge? And what we're asking is, if the earth has foundation, how is it hanging on nothing? Somebody in darkened some counsel somewhere. What's the next verse say, Elisha?
Gird up now thy loins like a man.
Like a who?
Like a man. For I will demand of thee, and answer thou me.
So we're asking the same question. Gird your loins up. We got questions. Go ahead.
Where was thou when I laid the foundations of the earth? Declare if thou hast understanding.
So we're asking to declare what earth is sitting on. We still asking it. He asked it to Job. We're asking it. What's the foundation of the earth? Where does it sit down? He asked Job. Job couldn't answer. So we asking y'all, since Job can answer, and he was rewarded by the Lord, we asking again the same thing he asked Job. Let's read some more, Lysa.
Who hath laid the measures thereof, if thou knowest?
If thou what?
Knowest. Or who hath stretched the line upon it? Whereupon are the foundations thereof fastened? Or who laid the cornerstone thereof?
See, these are the questions we asking. Who did it and where they... If he's asking Job where they at, then how we going to... Flat earth, if we going to ask you that too, we're asking the same question. The very same question. That's all we're asking. Let's read some more, Elisha.
When the morning stars sang together, and all the sons of Yahweh shouted for joy, or who shut up the sea with doors when it break forth, as if it had issues out of the womb?
So right here, when the flood waters attack, who opened the door? Who opened the ice wall? If we talking about flat, who opened that ice wall and let it come through? Let's read some more.
As if it had issue out of the womb. When I made the cloud the garment thereof, and thick darkness a swallowing band for it, and break up for it my decreed place, and set bars and doors.
He said bars and doors. If you're saying that ice wall is a bar and door, that's all we ask, because Job didn't know it. If you got that new knowledge and NASA's hiding it, it's over in Antarctica, then we need somebody to sneak a trip and get over there. Somebody got to go. Let's read some more.
And said, verse 11, and said, hitherto shalt thou come, but no further, and here shall thy proud ways be stayed. Hast thou commanded the morning since the days, and caused the day spring to know his place?
See, that's what he asking Job. Go ahead.
That it might take hold of the ends of the earth, that the wicked might be shaken out of it.
See, if it take hold of the ends of the earth, then we shake the wicked out. So we get all wicked people, and we can take them to that ice wall, and we can shake them out, and the earth will be free of them. Then we'll close that ice wall back up, and they can't come back in.
Sound good.
Sound good? Okay. Does it sound possible?
That's different.
Okay, let's read some more.
Verse 14.
Yeah.
It is turned as clay to the seal, and they stand as a garment. And from the wicked their light is withholden, and the high arm shall be broken. Hast thou entered into the springs of the sea? Or hast thou walked in the search of the depth? Have the gates of death been opened unto thee? Or hast thou seen the doors of the shadow of death? Hast thou perceived the breadth of the earth? Declare if thou knowest it all.
If thou seen the breadth of the earth, once again, if it's flat, it should be an ending point. If there's an ice wall in Antarctica, we need the ice wall on the west side, the east side, and the south side, so it keeps the water in, right? See, we still need to know how far that is across. Because if not, then the earth is stretched out like the heavens. And there's no ending of planet Earth. There's somewhere on Earth that ain't never been discovered or flown over, and it keeps going, and it keeps going, and it's keep going, and it's keep going. Ain't nobody ever been there. It's land as big as Earth. And then how is there a people shortage with this much land that ain't been discovered yet?
Deep, bro.
Deep? Ain't got deep yet. Let's get some more.
verse 18. No, verse 19. Where is the way where light dwelleth? And as for darkness, where is the place thereof? That thou shouldest take it to the bound thereof, and that thou shouldest know the path to the house thereof. Knowest thou it because thou wast then born, or because the number of thy days is great?
So he's asking, were you there at the beginning, or are you just counting your years here on earth? Which one? Let's read some more.
Hast thou entered into the treasures of the snow? Or hast thou seen the treasures of the hell?
So there's treasure houses of hell. Once you start running what Enoch saw, then you have to also run these too. You don't get to escape these. There's a holding spot for hell and for snow mingled with fire. Where is that at in planet Earth? Or where is that located? Because
Snow
hell hit
mingled with
Earth.
fire.
Where does it come from? What breaks open to allow that? Storehouse is a treasure. There's snow stored up like you got hay in a barn. Where is that at? Deep. Ain't got deep yet. Let's get some more.
Verse 23.
Yeah.
Which I have reserved against the time of trouble, against the day of battle and war. By what way is the light parted, which scattered the east wind upon the earth?
Which way does it go? Does it go east, north, south, west, or which way does it go? Which way? Can you ever do this and say which way the wind coming from? You can't never tell which way it bloweth.
So that verse,
If 5 people in a circle and somebody fought, you have to ask who did it. You don't know which way the wind came from. Now you can see the look on everybody else's face. If everybody else's face is toe up like a gorilla sucking on lemon, and one is smiling, it's him because he relieved. Let's read some more.
Somehow it completes the circle.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Go ahead, Elisha.
They say if you smelt it, you dealt it.
That's what they try to say.
No.
But usually you already know what it smells like. They don't know. It's when they say, what the hell? But it's invisible, ain't it?
And you can say that's them white beans.
Look, but you have to acknowledge it's me, y'all. Or you can't tell where it came from. You blame everybody. Man, that was you, that was them. You ate that, man, that's what do that. Well, the other day you ate that, that's what do that. Man, that's that broccoli again.
You been in my kitchen.
Well, look, we don't need that look right now, Zeb. Hold on to it. Let's get some more.
You been in my kitchen, man. You know what I ate yesterday.
Yes, sir. Well, as long as don't let us know up here. Go ahead. Where we at?
I don't know, man.
You don't know. 20 what? 25.
25. All right. Oh, boy. Who have divided the water course for the overflowing of waters, or way for the lightning of thunder, to cause it to rain on the earth, where no man is, or the wilderness wherein there is no man, to satisfy the desolate and the waste ground, and to cause the bud of the tender herb to spring forth.
So even if it's a place where no man dwelt, in that running place, it's still growing crops like it's supposed to. Who tilling them? Or is it just overgrowth? They're being watered every day. Is it the Amazon jungle? See, what you're leaving us with is there is a place on earth that extends out as far as the universe. We just ain't discovered it yet. We ain't been to it. Ain't no boats. The waters we travel on, we cannot find that. You know, that's almost like keep watching Oak Island like I do, thinking they finna find something. And then they come up with a rusty nail. I'll be like, shit, I done wasted an hour. I thought y'all finna find gold in the money pit. It's a never-ending search. Go ahead, what else to say? Here we come down to planets and different things. Go ahead.
Verse 28.
Yeah.
Have the rain a father?
Has the rain what?
A father? Or who has begotten the drops of dew? out of whose womb came the ice
Boom.
and the hoary frost of heaven?
See.
Who have gendered it?
Who gendered it? It says the hoarfrost of where?
Of heaven.
See, so we need, who gendered the hoarfrost of earth? Them ice walls. We need them. Let's read some more.
The waters are hid as with a stone, and the face of the deep is frozen.
And what is the face of the deep?
Frozen.
It says the face of the deep is frozen. So it's the depth that's frozen, not the wall. We need the wall, not the depth. We need the wall. Flat Earth says it's a wall.
They don't know what they're talking about.
Okay, we need the depth. Like we've been talking about the depth all day, the measurement of the depth. Read some more, license.
31.
Yeah.
Canst thou bind the sweet influences of Pleiades? Or loose the bands of Orion? Canst thou bring forth Mazzaroth in his season?
So we look up all of those words, and we ask somebody to look up all of Pleiades, Orion, and Mazzaroth.
Constellation. Like
What are those? Constellations, right? The heavenly ornaments. So you look up that, right? So what's comprised in that? Sun, the moon, and the stars. So what you may be called star, the Most High calls it a planet. I mean, what you may call a planet, he calls it a star.
Okay.
But it does mention the word planet. We're gonna get to that. We ain't scared of it.
It's because when you look up the word Pleiades, it's actually referring to a group of 7 stars.
What is it, a group of?
A group of 7 stars. You'll read about it in Amos chapter 5.
Amos chapter 5. It say they run, they move.
So it's different from Mazzaroth, because when you look up Mazzaroth, it's the 12 signs of the zodiac.
What is it?
The 12 signs of the zodiac. And there are 36 associated constellations, so it's different. You know what I'm saying?
But it's still all part of the universe,
Yeah,
the
it's all
constellation.
part of the universe.
What about that other one?
Hold on.
And Enoch breaks down all that in the second section of Enoch.
Because 33, he finna say it like that. While you looking up that last one, what go ahead, Elijah, in 33.
33.
Knowest
thou the ordinances of heaven?
The what of heaven?
Ordinances.
So the laws, statutes, and judgments of the ordinances of heaven. Like the sun know when it's supposed to rise and set. It has not broke ranks since the dawn of time.
It's ordained to do.
It's ordained to do it. Okay, let's read some more.
Canst thou set the dominion thereof in the earth? Canst thou lift up thy voice to the clouds, that an abundance of waters may cover thee? Canst thou send lightnings, that they may go and say unto thee, here we are? Excuse me. Who hath put wisdom in the inward part? Or who hath given understanding to the heart? Who can number the clouds in wisdom? Or who can stay the bottles of heaven? When the dust groweth into hardness, and the clods cleave fast together, wilt thou hunt the prey for the lion? Or feel the appetite of the young lion? When they couch in their dens and abide in their covert to lie in wait.
So basically he's saying, can you provide enough deer and elk for lions to kill? Because they lay in wait, and they wait to eat. This is the only way of food. Who provides that meat for them when they land and wait? Can you provide that meat for them while they lay and wait, while they crouch and wait for some? Because if you get rid of all of it, then they're going to lie and wait and crouch for you.
Yes, sir.
And then we're going to have what's called a man-eater. Let's read some more.
Oh, here he comes.
Yeah.
Verse 40.
Yeah.
When they couch in their dens and abide in the covert to lie in wait, who provided for the raven his food? When his young ones cry unto Yahweh, they wander for lack of meat.
So who feeds the ravens? See, all of these questions we have to ask, because all of these things take place on earth. See, if we can't explain what's taking place on earth, we still gonna have a problem with earth. We really ain't gonna be able to deal with the heaven. But y'all, we're gonna hit these last one, and we're gonna close out Sirach 43. We're gonna close with this Luke 17. And y'all know this, water molecules, are they ever called anything else? And what are molecules? How they shaped?
In a sphere.
In a what?
Sphere.
I ain't never seen water molecules flat. Unless you lay them out on a test thing and look down at them with a microscope. But water molecules are round.
They still won't look flat then, because they cast a little shadow around it.
Go ahead, Elisha 43. And y'all, all we get back into is what is their job. And if their job is to not let waters flow over the end of the earth, and they're keeping that secret from us, then they unlock what the Messiah is asking us right here, all these questions. Then them heathens know it. And they hiding that from us. Are they hiding what Job couldn't answer? Is that what y'all saying? Because he asked the same thing. The earth said on nothing. Job couldn't answer that. So we're asking, is the devil hiding what Job didn't know? Over in Antarctica or in Area 51. What they hide. Let's read some more. Sirach 43.
Sirach chapter 43, verse 1.
Yeah. Y'all, we're going to close on out here, y'all. We ain't got long.
The pride of the height. Are we all there?
No.
Where you starting at, Elijah?
43 and 1.
Okay.
Where you at?
40.
Sirach 43, verse 1. Gonna tarry for the brethren.
Yes,
for
sir.
the assembly.
And what it's going to do is instructions keep coming back to the instruction that was on day one when the moon and the sun were created. It's the same instructions. They keep getting repeated. The instructions keep getting repeated no matter what prophet you look. The instructions never change of the sun and the moon. So Enoch can't be saying nothing different than the other prophets, or Enoch would be a false prophet. Let's read some more.
The pride of the height, the clear firmament, the beauty of heaven, with his glorious show. The sun when it appeareth, declaring at his rising a marvelous instrument.
Declaring at his circling.
At his rising.
So once again, we got another witness say the sun rises. Go ahead. What else it say?
The work of the Most High. At noon, it parcheth the country.
What it does at noon?
Parcheth the country.
See, this is what we're talking about. At noontime, it's got to be 12 noon all over planet Earth if it's flat. But if it's circular, but it's so vast, you can never see the curve of Earth with the natural eye. You can never see the curve. It's so long before you get to a curve. You done went 300,000 miles before the Earth even starts to curve. You can't see it. You can see it in the horizon, but you can't see it because you're traveling in it, and what you call gravity, or what you call, whatever you call the Most High, pulling everything back to the center of the earth, to the core. Whatever you name it. If you don't want to call it gravity, then give us the Bible name for it, where the foundation is. When you're traveling and you're going so far, you are never able to see the curve of the earth. Let's read some more.
At noon it parcheth the country.
Yeah.
And who can abide the burning heat thereof? A man blowing a furnace is in works of heat. But the sun burneth the mountains 3 times more.
How many times more?
3 times more. Breathing out fiery vapors and sending forth bright beams, it dimmeth the eyes.
It dimmeth the eyes, but it has to dim the eyes all over planet Earth at the same time. If the earth is flat, how do you get noontime somewhere else on a flat earth? That means somewhere ain't lit up at noon. If it's curved, then it's understandable. Because when it goes this way, that way is blocked. So when it says 12 noon here, it's 12 noon here, but it's 6 a.m. there. Jerusalem is 8 hours ahead of us. That means what time is it? At 12 o'clock, what time was it in Jerusalem? What time was it? If it's 8 hours ahead, 12 noon, what time was it in Jerusalem?
What, 10?
8 hours. 8 p.m. in Jerusalem.
You say in the morning?
No, I'm saying here.
Oh.
12 noon here is 8 p.m.
It's 8 p.m. there. If it's 12 noon here, it should be 12 noon in Jerusalem.
Exactly. On a flat earth.
Yeah, on a flat earth. I'm just trying to understand. That's another question we're asking. How is that not possible? Or just explain that for us so we can understand. Because it say it burneth the country at high noon. Is high noon broken into parts? And how do you get high noon with it rising and setting? It still has to have a center point. If the earth is flat and it take off from this part of the earth, come up here, it's over the center of the earth, and then it come down here. If it's flat, then everybody gets 12 noon. In St. Louis, don't everybody get 12 noon?
Yeah.
Everywhere is 12 noon. In Central Standard Time, everybody is on 12 noon. The sun is directly up. And you know how you know when it's 12 noon? Because plants go straight for the sun. Plants don't grow like that unless you block them from the sun and you open the window. But they go that way. Seeking the sunlight. They don't grow straight up. That's why trees on a mountain go straight up, even though the mountain is at an angle like this, but they still go straight up. Mm-hmm. Trying to grab for the sun's rays center point.
Well, they reaching out and they glorifying the Most High.
That's what they doing, Elijah.
They spread forth their branches like men do, in giving praise and honor to our Elohim.
What they doing, Elijah?
They obeying the master.
Yes, sir. Let's get some more.
Verse 5. Great is the Most High that made it, and at his commandment it runneth hastily.
It's running hastily, like you said, bro. Go ahead.
He made the moon also to serve in her season, for a declaration of times and a sign of the world.
That's what else he made the moon for. Go ahead.
From the moon is the sign of feast.
From the moon is the sign of what?
Feast.
That has nothing to do with the Sabbath. The sun is for that. Our feast days are controlled by the moon. It's a whole different system than the sun. Sun controls weekly. Moon controls the days of the feast. Because it's based off of how much light the sun gives the moon. The moon is without its own light. Okay, what you saying? Enoch chapter 71 through 80 says the moon get all of its light from the sun.
And it's going to second witness in it right here.
Let's read some more.
From the moon is the sign of feast, a light that decreaseth in her perfection.
What does it do?
Decreaseth in her perfection. The month is called after her name, increasing wonderfully in her changing, being an instrument of the armies above, shining in the firmament of heaven, the beauty of heaven, the glory of the stars, an ornament giving light in the highest places of the Most High. At the commandment of the Holy One, they will stand in their order.
What they gonna do?
Stand in their order, and never faint in their watching. Look upon the rainbow, and praise him that made it. Very beautiful it is in the brightness thereof. It compasses the heaven about with a glorious circle.
What? What did you say, boy?
A glorious square.
Hold on. It says it compasses about it. That make it full circle.
Yes.
Circle.
See, the heavens is included in the firmaments that below earth. This is what we're trying to get you to understand. There's a firmament below earth. It has to cover that too. Let's read some more, Elisha.
And the hands of the Most High have bended it.
What it do?
Bended it.
He bended like this.
So likewise, what I was saying, you know, when we see that rainbow, we only see half of it. So
and
where's
they say,
the other half?
Look, either that or it's some gold at the end of the rainbow in Elisha. We really need to get to Antarctica.
No, but
because it's some gold there, Elisha.
But
they say it's gold at the end of the rainbow.
But they say it's a whole bunch of little wicked little leprechauns around. So
yes,
we gotta
sir.
fight demons too.
Yes, sir. To get that
before
gold.
we get the money.
Let's get some more, Elisha.
13.
13, brother. By his commandment he maketh the snow to fall apace, and sendeth swiftly the lightnings of his judgment. Through this the treasures are open, and the clouds fly forth as fowls. By his great power he maketh the clouds firm, and the hailstones are broken small. At his sight the mountains are shaken, and at his will the south wind bloweth.
The what wind?
South wind. The noise of the thunder maketh the earth to tremble. So doth the northern storm and the whirlwind.
So does the northern what?
Storm and the whirlwind.
What kind of wind?
Whirlwind.
So the wind is doing what?
Whirling around.
It's making a circle.
It's making circle.
In a circle. Circuits.
Go ahead.
As birds flying, he scattereth the snow, and the falling down thereof is as the lightning of grasshoppers. The eye marveleth at the beauty of the whiteness thereof, and the heart is astonished at the raining of it. The hoarfrost also as salt he poureth on the earth, and being congealed, it lieth on the top of sharp stakes. When the cold north wind bloweth.
What kind of wind we got?
North wind. And the water is congealed into ice. It abideth upon every gathering together of water. And clotheth the water as with a breastplate.
So now when you get this, but it's still circling, and it's only in the north. So what about the south, east, and west? If you're going to even use this as flat right here, this would help you out in flat. The only part is it starts in the north and it circles around. So it has to be there. It has to mention south, east, and west too. It's just telling you cold wind. The coldest wind comes from north. Antarctica is the coldest place on earth. Understand this. From 12 p.m. to 2 p.m. is the only time they can fly in there. It gets 60 degrees below zero after 2 p.m. It'll freeze anything you try to fly in there. It can't handle it. If the moon is 300 degrees below zero, what do they have to go out of space? And they can't even go 60 degrees below zero unless they go in at 12 noon and leave before 2 p.m.
They still got to go beyond the radiation belt.
I'm just talking about here on Earth. Even if they go to North Pole, I'm talking about what we're talking about is there's a set time that you can go there. Between 12 and 2 before the north winds start blowing. That's why there's no habitation there. Or they're keeping secrets from us. Let's read some more. Go ahead.
That's what they're doing.
Yeah.
Where
21.
21. It devoureth the mountains, and burneth the wilderness, and consumeth the grass as fire. A present remedy of all is a mist coming speedily, a dew coming after heat refresheth. By his counsel he appeaseth the deep, and planted islands therein. So
y'all can hold that right there and read the rest of that, y'all. We got, for time's sake, we had to move on. Give me that, we want to get that Isaiah 42, is that right?
Isaiah 40.
40, and we want to get that. And then we want to get with Luke 17, 31 through 34, and we'll close on out here. And then this is the question we're asking too. An eclipse. An eclipse is the sun shining. It sends a shadow between the earth and the moon. What is the shape of an eclipse? Round or flat?
Flat.
Because it's casting a shadow off of planet Earth. If the sun casts a shadow off of you on planet Earth, is it the shape of you or is it the shape of round? So will you have a shadow, Shamar, I'm saying, and it's a shadow of Fat Albert? No, I know you finna pick one of that. But look, I'm just asking. Look, what I'm saying is, it don't cast false shadows. A shadow of you will look like you on the ground. It's going to be in the shape of you. It won't be a guy this wide. You won't have a shadow that wide, or something's going on. A dog shadow going to have 4 legs, but it's going to be in the shape of a dog. Earth is being eclipsed. So it's showing you a shadow of the light shining off the moon in between, and it's casting an image off of planet Earth. It's called an eclipse. Is that round or flat?
So it's not the shadow of the moon, it's the shadow of the earth.
That's what an eclipse is. It's the sun going in between, shining the light between Earth and the moon, blocking it for a brief time, and then the sun will come right back out when the eclipse is over. Do you know animals think it's nighttime and they go to sleep?
Yes, sir.
In the eclipse?
Yes, sir.
And 2 hours later they wake back up because they think it's night. They go to sleep on eclipse. I don't care where eclipse in the world, all animals go to sleep.
They do.
I'm just asking, what is the shadow of it? And then when Enoch started listing the moon, is it flat shadows that he see when he say, I see the first light? Is the first light on earth, is it called crescent? Crescent are part of a circle, ain't it? Or is crescent part of flat? I'm just asking, what is a crescent?
When you go get a croissant from Burger King.
Yeah, curve that, Elisha.
Come on.
Do you say the crescent moon or the crescent earth? I'm just asking.
is the shadow of the earth.
Yeah. It casts a shadow on earth. The shadow is coming from the light off of earth. It comes from, when it casts a shadow on you, what does it go?
Well, my understanding of an eclipse of the moon is the moon crossing over in front of the sun.
I'm just asking you, when it casts that
So
shadow.
if this crosses over in front of the sun, then that's a image of the moon, because you can no longer see the sun.
Right, and it shadows the
And
earth.
that's not a shadow
Look,
of
no,
the earth.
look, let me tell you what it is. The sun is 10 times larger than the moon. The moon can't never overshadow the earth. It's the greater light. This is why we went in there. It's the greater light. If this is bigger than the lower light, how is the lower thing going to outlet? That means darkness can overpower light.
I don't see the shadow of the earth if I'm on the earth.
Enoch say they the same diameter though.
No, that ain't what Enoch said.
Okay.
Anytime you
Ain't
say
what he
greater,
said.
greater,
Look,
greater,
I'm asking you
it's
this.
because it's brighter.
I'm gonna go back and read
What?
it.
All I'm asking
There's
you,
a halo around it.
Same
It's a
diameter.
halo around
the
it.
distance of the moon, listen,
Of the sun.
the distance of earth from the moon is the same distance of earth from the moon to the sun. Now look that up and see if that's what they say. Other than that, see if you don't believe it, how can we believe you with no studies?
I'm just saying, man.
I'm just saying, if you look up eclipse, just look up eclipse.
Of the moon is crossing over in front of the sun, which is why you can't see the sun.
If that
And
was the
it has
case,
a crescent around the edge.
listen
of
what
that
I'm saying.
on
If
the
that's
other
the
sun.
case, the sun and the moon are the same size.
They are the same size.
Okay, so when y'all say that, then how can it be the greater light?
Because
Because it's brighter.
It's brighter. That means it's the greater light to control the day.
He-
Where does the moon get its light from?
the sun.
Okay, so you're saying they're equal in size.
Diameter.
That ain't what the script say.
We gonna
If they're the same size, then being that's the case, then the moon should burn up. There ain't nothing as big as the sun. How you gonna get the size of the sun? It's a fiery
How
ball.
they block each other out if they ain't the same size?
I'm saying it's a fiery ball.
Well, I
I'm
can't see
just.
how you can see the shadow of the earth.
I'm asking you to
on
look
the
up
earth.
eclipse.
I don't-
I'm just asking you to look up eclipse.
It's
And I'm just telling you what it does. When an eclipse shows, if you're saying it's the shadow of the moon, then you're saying the dark side of the moon is showing.
Y'all both got
And ain't
own-
nobody ever been to the dark side of the moon to this day. They just write songs about it. But ain't nobody been to the dark side of the moon. So I'm saying again, when you look up eclipse, when you see it casts a shadow off of the moon, and that shadow is cast onto earth. Because it's showing the shape of earth. That's how it's casting the shadow.
How is it showing the shape of the earth?
Because, look, this the problem. If it's blocking out the moon, how's the sun lit? I mean, how's the earth lit?
Oh, I'm looking at it. Yeah, the earth is just lit by what the little light that's coming around that corona of the sun around the edge of the moon.
Read it out loud. Read it out loud.
No secret thing, speak it up.
Just read it out loud, bro. It ain't no secret. Read it out loud.
I want to hear it too.
We all want to hear it.
But see, hold on. No, look, okay? So when you read that, you're reading what NASA say, so we gonna read what else NASA say too.
It's for edification, bro. I ain't putting you on blast.
Right.
Somebody else.
Somebody go ahead and read it, cause he ain't. Go ahead.
No, it's not scripted. That's why I'm holding back. I'm trying to
But
find.
But you tiptoed over here to show him.
Come on, man, read it, Tuba, so we can move on. Read it, Tuba. We ain't scared about reading nothing.
Dirk gave me. I ain't got what he gave.
We're not scared about reading nothing.
According to Enoch, the sun and the moon are the same size and smaller than the earth.
And smaller than the earth.
Than the earth.
See, that's what we just read. It
What's that
cannot be.
source?
Then it can't heat the earth.
Pull it up right now.
You can't heat what's smaller than what you are.
Right,
It's impossible for the sun to heat the earth, and it's smaller.
right. This is like a small space heater trying to heat up a whole house.
It can't.
It ain't gonna do it.
Some things are just common. Enoch ain't saying that. What he's saying is it gives out the amount of light to see by the sun, but it said it decreases wondrously.
I'm gonna pull it up right now.
Let's stick to the script.
That's what I'm pulling on Enoch.
We in the 5 o'clock hour, y'all.
Yeah, let's finish this off. Where we at?
We passed our time.
We finished
Chapter
The
72.
Isaiah 40.
yeah, get that Isaiah 40, then we hit this Luke 17. We'll close out.
Where you want to start at 40?
Okay, you want me to read this?
Please read it. Yeah, go ahead.
Lunar eclipse is an astronomical event that occurs when the moon moves into the Earth's shadow.
Moves into the what?
Into the Earth's shadow.
Into the Earth's what?
Into the Earth's shadow.
Who's got the shadow?
The moon to be darkened.
I'm not asking that. Whose shadow is it? That's all we've been talking about.
It moves into the Earth's shadow.
It moves into the Earth's shadow, so it gives a shadow of the Earth. It's the Earth's shadow.
Ain't that what he said?
I've just been saying it's the Earth's shadow.
Ain't that what he said? Now you done just proved him right.
Thank you.
The moon to be darkened.
Thank you.
What shape is this?
Hey, all we ask is edification.
I just said, man, I just want to know what's going on. I just want to
I'm just asking you
But
what
see,
you
this
just read.
but
I'm
see,
just asking you what you
read.
But see,
I'm
this,
just asking you what did you just read? Is it what we're
into
saying?
the Earth's shadow.
What shadow?
The Earth's shadow.
That's all we've been saying is the Earth's shadow.
Right.
It shows the Earth's shadow as round.
don't
What is it flat or round the Earth's shadow? That's what we've been asking. We ain't been saying nothing different. I'm just asking you what shadow is it showing? The Earth's shadow.
It said it moves into the Earth's shadow.
And what shape is that shadow in?
The shape of the shadow is round.
Thank you. Thank you. Let's read some more.
It's still flat though.
Yeah, let's read some more. Where we at, y'all? Did we finish that? Where we at?
no,
Where we at?
Isaiah 40, where you want
Let's
it
get
40?
that. Where that 40 at?
I think it's 22.
22.
Yeah, that's the one.
Okay.
Isaiah 40,
You said it
22.
on the circle of the earth.
Yeah.
I'm going to start at verse 21.
Yeah, we're going to back it up. Yeah.
Have ye not known? Isaiah 40 and 21.
Right.
Have ye not known? Have ye not heard? Have it not been told you from the beginning?
From the where?
Beginning.
See, we keep going back to the beginning on all matters, y'all. We can't start in the middle. We have to go back to the beginning of how things happen. Go ahead.
Have you not understood from the foundations of the earth?
Uh-huh.
It is he that sitteth upon the circle of the earth.
Sitteth upon the circle of the earth. That if you say that means, see, and then what they have to say next is that mean a dome. We have no problem with you saying it's a dome, but there's a dome underneath. Mm-hmm. And if you got two domes, what that make?
A sphere.
Hey, I'm just saying.
That circle like a compass.
It's like a compass.
And it becomes a sphere. A dome on top of the dome. Looks like a ball to me.
What got mixed up? Look. See what she got right there. Look at what she got right there. What is that? See that? It's in the center right there. Look there. And what's in the middle of that?
That's earth in
It's
the middle.
right there. Look. Right there. Right there. Yeah.
She got the firmament above and the firmament below, and there's earth in beneath, in between.
Look, y'all, it ain't hard, y'all. We're not.
That makes the firmament the globe. The firmament is the globe, and the earth sits in the middle of it.
And that's how it was pulled out of the water, wasn't it?
With the rainbow around it all.
Look, that's what we're saying. If it ain't, all we're asking is, what's holding the waters of the deep? Because in the flood, it says the fountains of the deep opened up. Is it not in there, Genesis 8
Yes,
and
it
9?
is.
The fountains of the deep opened up. This is why earth flood is so quick. When you got as much rain coming down and much rain coming from the bottom, how fast would the earth flood?
Pretty fast.
See, you don't
40
flood
days
out
ain't
from
nothing to
the
flood
rain from above. You flood, your basement flood from the water beneath. What goes into the sewer underground, then it comes back up through your pipes. That's why the basement always floods. And like Jake said, there's swamp rats down there working the remote control. You can go down there if you want. Let's read some more. Where we at?
Verse 20,
2. Read that again.
21 again. Have ye not known? Have ye not heard? Hath it not been told you from the beginning? Have you not understood from the foundations of the earth? It is he that sitteth upon the circle of the earth, and the inhabitants thereof are as grasshoppers, that stretcheth out the heavens as a curtain, and spreadeth them out as a tent to dwell in.
See, what we keep hearing is the heavens are stretched out like a curtain, not the earth. The heavens are stretched out like a curtain. There's no ending for it. It's stretched out. It's stretched out. But we ain't seeing, and the earth is stretched out. The foundations of the earth are stretched out beyond its border. We're not seeing that, y'all. We're not saying y'all wrong for however you're thinking. But we have to be consistent in what we can explain. We can explain this. We can't explain. What you read? Read it on out, bro. You can read it.
The book of Enoch, chapter 78, verse 3.
Yeah.
These are the two great lights. Their disk is like the disk of heaven. And in size the two are equal.
Okay, in size the two are equal. Okay, so this said it's inside the disk of heaven. So is heaven flat or is it inside this disk? Or equal? See, what it's talking about is if the sun is the same side of the moon, it can't warm up earth. Because the moon would take all of the heat from the sun. See, this is what I'm talking about. The moon and what it's talking about, the distance between each of them. The sun, look this up. The distance between earth and the sun and earth and the moon. It's going to say the distance is equal. But you can't light up. This is why Eclipse tell you that earth and the moon are the same size technically, but you can't have an eclipse if nothing is greater than the two you have.
That's right. Only Christ is greater than the sun's light, and he's the one that's going to block out both lights, artificial light.
If when the sun goes down, does the moon have any heat like it? What we're saying is, if the sun goes down, then and when the moon comes out, we should go into freezing. We should go right into freezing. Am I right? Am I right or wrong? Or is the sun transferring heat also? Because once, if they're equal inside, once if the sun comes, then we should plunge into freezing. Because it's blocking the heat of the sun. Yes. If they're the same size. It's blocking the heat that we need to survive on earth. If they're the same size, it's blocking the heat of the sun.
One down in front of the other, it shouldn't block the heat. Why wouldn't it?
Why wouldn't it?
Why would it?
If it's blocking it can't shine.
The sun is over here. How's it gonna block the heat?
If you cover your vent, do heat come out of it?
Right.
No, but that's covering the vent.
Come on, man.
Come
on, stop it.
Well, look, this is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. Look, this is what we're saying. Does the moon give off heat?
No.
Where is it getting its heat from?
The sun.
Where are we getting the heat from?
The sun.
The sun is down. Where are we getting the heat from?
Fire.
The sun is down.
And they need to get out of my pocket too.
Look. This is all I'm asking. This is all I'm asking. Listen what I'm saying. Listen what I'm saying. Listen what I'm saying. At night, when the moon is up, where is the heat from the sun? Because it's down. It's gone. We can't see
That
it.
depends on what season.
What do you mean what season it is?
What season, what gate the sun is coming in and out.
I don't care nothing about that, but I'm saying whatever season it is, when the sun is gone from us, where is the heat coming from?
It's coming from the sun.
Where is the sun at and we can't see it?
It's on the other side of the earth.
It's on the other side of the earth, so they should be getting the heat over there. See how we keep running this? Because it's a guessing game now.
It's not a guessing game.
It's on the bottom of the earth.
If we in the summer,
If the sun goes down and we can't see it, that means it's on the bottom of the earth, right?
It got to be on the bottom.
It's shining on the bottom.
It's shining on the bottom.
I mean, we got hot ass.
Look. Then there can be no winter. What causes winter? What causes winter? Summer, spring, and fall.
That's what causes your seasons.
Okay, so are you saying that because the moon gets its light in the season, does the moon lessen its light in the summer or winter? Is it still a full moon in the summer? Is it a full moon in December? Okay, so if it's still a full moon, then it's the same energy.
Hold it down.
It's the same energy all year round. Bro, this is all we're saying. One gives heat and one doesn't.
Well, what you saying is true. Then the seasons, we shouldn't have any differentiation in the seasons.
I never said
Should
that.
be the same. Yeah,
I never said that. Enoch never said that. I'm not saying that. I'm saying it get cold. But look,
When you
look.
said if the sun go down, it should start freezing.
Well, it don't get cold in South Africa. I mean, in the Amazon jungle, it stay 80 degrees all year round. Ain't no winter there. It ain't no summer. Technically, ain't no winter in California.
Arizona.
Ain't no summer in Arizona. I mean, ain't no winter. And when I'm talking about winter, I'm talking about when the temps plunge to low. There's 23 hours of night in Alaska in the winter and 23 hours of day in the summer.
In the summertime, the sun starts way over here.
I understand that.
In the summer. In the winter, it's way over here. When it comes up, it's way over here.
What I'm asking you, does it rise and set?
So
I'm just asking, is the rising and setting different in the winter, summer, spring, or fall? Is the rising and setting different?
it's got to be.
No, only thing, time is different. Time is different, bro. It just decides to come up in the winter time later. It comes up, it's actually the same time. Look,
Boy, hey.
6 o'clock is 6 o'clock.
Dan, we gotta
Let's
wrap
get
up
this
and we'll finish this up.
We'll finish it up. Let's get 17, Luke 17, y'all, we call it. 17:31 through 34. And this is going to bring the sun straight up because this when the Messiah say he come back. He's saying both times a night what it's going to be. He said this is what's going to happen.
Say Luke 17 and 34.
It's Luke 17:31 through 34. And this is about the second coming of Messiah. See, because
I'll tell you about your rules, man. Y'all like nobody else on earth.
No.
Ain't
All we saying is, if we gon'
let's get it, y'all.
If we gonna discuss these matters, let's discuss them according to the instructions.
That's right.
I mean, I have no problem with that.
You know, so if you're gonna blurt out something, come with your witnesses, your reasons.
Produce your strong reason.
Yes, sir.
Otherwise, bridle your tongue. Chapter Luke 17 and verse 31.
Yeah.
In that day,
Uh-huh.
he which shall be upon the housetop, and his stuff in the house,
Uh-huh.
let him not come down to take it away.
Uh-huh.
And he that is in the field, let him likewise not return back.
Uh-huh.
Remember Lot's wife.
Right.
Whosoever shall seek to save his life shall lose it.
Uh-huh.
And whosoever shall lose his life shall preserve it.
Uh-huh.
I tell you, in the night.
In the what?
In that night.
Uh-huh.
There shall be two men in one bed.
Uh-huh.
The one shall be taken and the other shall be left.
Right.
Two women shall be grinding together. The one shall be taken and the other left.
Uh-huh.
Two men shall be in the field.
Uh-huh.
The one shall be taken and the other left.
Uh-huh.
And they answered and said unto him, Where Elohim? And he said unto them, Wheresoever the body is, thither will the eagles be gathered together.
This is what we're saying. Why I wanted to go there is telling you when Christ come back, it's going to be night in one area and it's going to be day in the other area. Then if it's flat earth, we're back to the same thing. If this means that if it's flat earth, then it's got to be noontime equally. I'm not saying that. So I'm not saying this script leans toward a circle. What it leans to is if it's a flat earth, then it's still got to be noontime for it to be dark in one place. If you say 12 noon and you say it's dark in the east, or you say it's 12 noon and it's dark in the west, it's impossible on a flat earth. It's impossible for a flat earth. I don't care where you at. 12 noon, it's 12 noon all over. You can't have the second coming when he said 2 men going to be asleep. Women going to be at the mill. You don't grind at night. You grind in the early day hours or the day hours. You get your crops together. He said, I'm going to come back at a time where I'm going to shake the world up. I'm going to block the sun and the moon. So he's saying, I'm going to interrupt light on earth, whether it's night or day, wherever it's at. And all we asking again is then 12 noon is got to be the point that the whole earth is lit at one time. It's the only way you can have it. When Christ was crucified, he was put on there on the 12 o'clock hour. It was noon in Jerusalem. Is that all over the world? To us, that was 8 hours later. To us, we're 8 hours later, or it was nighttime for us when he was put to death. See, Y'all, we're not trying to make this out like somebody's wrong. We didn't want to do that, y'all. That's why we started off flat, round, the square. Because, see, we didn't even bring up the scripture where it says the square corners. It's 4 corners. And then it says you shall not round the corners of your beard. So I'm just trying to figure out, how do you round the corners of a beard unless it's square already? To make something round, if it's square, you can make it round. If you can't round the corners of your head, unless we're blockheads,
Yeah, unless you got
then it works.
We all Charlie Browns.
Then we got to be blockheads for you to round a corner of your head. Zed, what the corner of your head at? Show me what the north corner at, Zed.
Zeb ain't got one. There's some room for some corners on the head.
But this all we talking about, y'all. See, we could run the word game of corners, round, square, but what we're talking about is consistency with the word, that what it's saying. The moon don't give out heat. It gets its light from the sun. And there's a dark side of the moon that they can't explain. They say ain't nobody ever been to the dark side of the moon, ever. They write songs about the dark side of it. You know what they say live on the dark side of the moon? Lucifer.
Yep.
And look, and when we're talking about bright lights, when you're talking about planets, get that planet. We need to read that though too. Get that planet real quick. But what we're talking about the difference in the circumference and different things. Like I say, one don't give out heat, one does. If one blocks the heat, then the heat is blocked. There's no other way for it to surround the moon like that. It ain't like it's dropping major temperatures. In the summertime, you may get down from 89 in the day to 69 at night, but you don't plunge into cold. It's because the power of the sun is so powerful. It goes around and knows how to radiate past the moon to give you just a little bit of heat you need until the season change, which the moon controls the seasons. When it makes its circuit, like I say, it decreases wonderfully. So what it's saying is sometimes it's going to look longer in the day. It's that light that's decreasing, because the sun is not giving it what it needs for certain seasons. So that's why you start getting seasons. The problem still remains. Alaska right now is 23 hours a day. Or is it technically 23 hours a day? Or is the sun on the horizon for 23 hours?
Just sitting there?
Look, I'm talking about it's twilight. It's not 12 noon in Alaska right now. When it says the sun is still up, they mean twilight hours. You know how it be when the street lights come on? It's like that for 22 hours. They call it sunlight, but it's not. It's twilight. 23 hours. In the winter, you get 23 hours a night. And it's cold. Because the sun is not up. 23 hours. Go to Alaska, y'all understand what we're saying. You can go over to Nova Scotia, same way. It's 5 countries that deal with 20. They'll never say 24 hours a night or day, because then you can't have one day. It would be consistent. That would be the kingdom. Let's get some more. Where we at? Did we finish that?
Yeah.
Okay, we finished all that. We close on out. Questions and answers, y'all. Y'all get back at us. Look, let us say this again, y'all. We have not said anybody was wrong for believing what they're believing. What we're saying is, for us to believe you, the questions that we're hanging on, please explain that to us so we quit believing it. Explain the Job to us. It sitteth on a circle. Just explain the circles away. If you say, because it's a flat disc, don't have no problem with it being a flat disc. We got a problem with rising and setting. Then the starting point starts back in the west there, right? I'm just asking, if it rises in the east and it sets in the west, how does it get back to the east?
Hastily.
Hastily, what does that mean? I'm trying to look. I'm trying to say, because look.
Blurt down stuff that you ain't gonna
Explain
you know what?
look, brother, don't blurt it out.
But
you can't say nothing if you don't know it. Don't say it.
Because hastily means that it's going to be 12 noon real quick again. Somewhere, that's what hastily means. It's got to come back up and be 12 noon somewhere. So we're only going to get a brief night. So if you saying that's Alaska, then okay. But hastily means to keep its course consistently. Run with a pace.
We can go through this forever.
No, we don't have to go with it through forever. We ain't. We're just asking Job 26 and 7. Can you do Job 26 and 7? The earth sitteth on a circle and hangeth on nothing.
It's hanging on nothing.
What is
Like
nothing?
you said,
I mean, nothing.
Nothing from nothing leaves nothing.
So how can it be flat? The foundation.
It never said the foundation was flat,
It never says flat earth, period.
but it never said round earth.
Yes, it does. It
says
says earth
circle.
and circle.
What's a circle?
It doesn't say global.
See now we can't never win.
A
See,
circle is not a globe.
so I'm just saying.
A circle is not a globe.
Look, Lisa, this is the bottom line. Is flat and earth anywhere in the Bible together? I'm not asking you that. The word flat and earth, are they anywhere in the Bible together? Meaning one statement. Is circle and earth together in one thing? If you make us mean that means flat, we just asking for the work.
Well, is globe and earth in the Bible anywhere together?
I'm just saying if they call globe,
and earth
I'm just saying if they
together.
is a man has a corner on his head like the Bible says. Does a man have corners on his head?
Do you have earth and flat together on it?
Do you have globe and earth?
See, now I'm saying globe. We ain't saying globe. We never said globe. You see what I'm saying? Look, hold on, Lisa. See, this is what I'm saying. Listen, y'all, we're gonna close on out. This is what I'm saying. Did we ever say globe?
No.
So why are you saying globe to us?
Because if you say
I'm not saying no. You can't put words in our mouth. We never said that.
I'm saying because you said.
See,
no, stop it.
Hold on. No, I'm saying don't bear false witness. Do not bear false witness or have a guile spirit. Have we ever said globe since we've been in here?
You're implying globe.
See. Okay. So you implying round but flat.
So you gonna put
You're
words in
implying
our mouth.
round but flat.
Circle.
See. Now you're saying what we saying. Circle. I'm asking you, did we ever say globe?
But you saying round like this.
See, let's go, y'all. Yeah, now see, now you're telling me what I'm saying.
Yes or no? Did we ever say globe?
No.
Okay, that's all it needs to be. End of question.
No. No, you didn't.
And with that being said,
Yes, sir.
What Psalms?
143 says, we're going to get this closing prayer.
Yes.
And it is with the Most High's permission and in the name of his only begotten Son, Yahushua HaMashiach. But we know him as Jesus the Christ, y'all.
Yes,
Long live the King.
Long live the King.
Reading in the book of Psalms.
Read.
In the 143rd chapter, it reads, Hear my prayer, O Yahweh.
Yes.
Give ear to my supplication. In thy faithfulness, answer me.
Yes, sir.
And in thy righteousness. And enter not into judgment with thy servant.
Yes, sir.
For in thy sight, no man shall be justified.
Yes, sir.
For the enemy hath persecuted my soul. He hath smitten my life down to the ground. He hath made me to dwell in darkness,
Yes, sir.
as those that have been long dead. Therefore is my spirit overwhelmed within me. My heart within me is desolate. I remember the days of old. I meditate on all thy works.
Yes, sir.
I muse on the work of thy hands.
Yes, sir.
I stretch forth my hands unto thee.
Yes, sir.
My soul thirsteth after thee,
Yes,
as a thirsty land.
Yes, sir.
Selah.
Selah.
Hear me speedily, O Yahweh. My spirit faileth. Hide not thy face from me, lest I be like them that go down into the pit.
Yes, sir.
Cause me to hear thy loving kindness in the morning. For in thee do I trust.
Yes.
Cause me to know the way wherein I should walk. For I lift up my soul unto thee.
Yes.
Deliver me, O Master, from mine enemies.
I flee unto thee to hide me. Teach me to do thy will, for thou art my Elohim. Thy spirit is good.
Yes, sir.
Lead me into the land of uprightness.
Yes.
Quicken me, O Yahweh, for thy name's sake.
Yes.
For thy righteousness' sake,
Yes.
bring my soul out of trouble. And of thy mercy, cut off mine enemy, and destroy all them that afflict my soul.
Yes, sir.
For I am thy servant.
Yes, sir.
Hallelujah!
Y'all got a chuckle or two. We greatly appreciate it. Let me say this again. It ain't no beef down here, y'all. Why I want to bring this forth so I can understand it. Now, I ain't saying I agree. Is that we have one body, Mikhail's a day.
Right.
See, there's certain things that we can chop it up with a beef about, but the Most High asked the questions to the wise men of the earth, and they couldn't answer. So what we're saying is, if you choose to believe that, you choose to believe that. But what we're saying is, if you can't defend the side that we believe, then you're on your own. So that's all we're saying. If you can't answer the questions and you start to say things like, well, that's what I'm implying. We ain't said y'all implying nothing, have we? Not once have we ever said that. We said global position is censored, but global means the entire earth. Ain't that what global means? Yeah. The entire earth.
Global means a globe.
Of around what?
A globe.
What does it encompass? I'm asking you, what does it encompass?
A globe.
Does it encompass planet Earth?
That's what it was supposed to be, the Earth, a globe.
Is that the only globe on Earth? I mean, is that the only time global is used? Is that the only time global?
Positioning you on Earth. Supposedly from a satellite.